Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you. Well, I don't think I feel like I deserved such applause, but I sincerely appreciate that. So I hope everybody can hear me okay. I think we've officially fixed our monitoring issues, our audio issues. I hope that's the case, but you'll let me know, I'm sure, if there's a problem. So today is Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Did we not call it? Yesterday, Donald Trump said, Iran has 24 hours. And I'm thinking, wait, today's Monday, or yesterday's Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Why does he do this every time? It's like he's playing himself. I mean, he obviously knows that people call him Taco Trump. I've seen him respond to reporters asking him about that. And he still continues every Tuesday, it seems like, since this war started, of tacoing out of his threats. So it says, blustering Trump rekindles mockery as he backs down in Iran. Taco Tuesday. Political analysts and observers mocked President Donald Trump. That's kind of what we're doing right now as well. On Tuesday, after he abruptly ended his new war initiative, Trump announced on Truth Social that he was pausing Project Freedom, once again, an initiative launched on Sunday to guide the ships from innocent and neutral countries out of the Strait of Hormuz. It's funny because we've heard so many things across the spectrum from Donald Trump. One of them was, we don't need to take care of the Strait of Hormuz. We don't care. That's not our bag. We don't get the oil from the strait. What do we care? That's for other countries to fend for themselves. Well, now, not Project Freedom. Trump said he implemented the plan after several countries reached out to him and asked him to help prevent the Iranian regime from attacking their ships. So he always does this. It's always based on the request of Pakistan. This is exactly what he said. This was the same excuse that he gave the last time he threatened Iran with an attack. And at the ninth hour, he sends a tweet saying, Pakistan said this, so we're gonna honor that. So he says, based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and affect Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. Obviously, this move sparked swift mockery on social media. Taco Tuesday says progressive influencer Hassan Piker posted on X, so we paused the operation we just launched because the other operation that stalled might progress diplomatically, but Iran gets to keep blockading that led to the stalling in the first place. Yeah, it's clunky to read that, right? Well, that's because that's the Don Zoo, man. That's the art of war. This is Donald Trump for you. And the United States also gets to keep its blockade confused yet. Yes, even before I finish that tweet. Quote, the quick check of how much bluster or worse is in a Trump post is to check how much is written in official-sounding legalese denoting nothing much in particular. Defeat stares Trump in the face. Let's take a look at this tweet, and you can see it, and then there's a clip of Pete Hegseth, I'm not sure why, next to it, but it says, President Trump announced he'll be pausing Project Freedom, which was meant to ensure safe passage of civilian ships through the Strait of Hormuz at the request of Pakistan. Great progress has been made toward a complete and we just read all this, so let's see, what does this clip add?
As a direct gift from the United States to the world.
And can y'all hear this audio? I hope that you can.
We have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait.
Actually, it does seem like it's a little low, huh?
Destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones, and surveillance aircraft, providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful
that's weird.
commercial vessels. Except Iran's, of course. Which is why our ironclad blockade remains in full effect as well. In fact, 6 ships tried to run.
Yeah, it's so low. Why is that?
As project.
It's low for me, too. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Let's check it now.
Freedom commenced, and they were all turned around. This is more than strategy, it's also humanitarian.
Is
As
this
a
any
direct
better?
gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones.
I have the best audio equipment, okay?
Providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial.
It's the same. It's better. It's not better. People are saying it's better. It's not better. Which one is it? Let me see. Let's try another clip. Let's see. What do we can do? Something. Let's see.
Come on, that's not how you
this
win
better?
a war. You may win a battle that way, but you're not going to win the war. So it's really strange right now. But the notion that somehow or another we're coming out of this smelling like a rose must mean that no one has a sense of smell.
So that's better, right? I think it was just a clip then. So that's good. So it was just this clip that was just low. I didn't even really get to hear what he said, so we'll just move on since we can't really hear it. But I'll keep going. So shit is going to defeat piss. Netanyahu's on track to lose October's elections, thank God. But look, who cares? I mean, you got Naftali Bennett in place. I mean, is there really any material difference between the two? No. This guy, we just heard him threaten the United States with another 9/11 style attack in a press clip yesterday. He's an expansionist. These are adventurists. They're here to establish the greater state of Israel. There's nothing different about them. It's arguably worse, actually. Yeah. This is Donald Trump, or I guess this is earlier today, maybe. Trump to school kids. Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon and killing you, he says to the children. Enough, says Stu Peters. It's one thing to watch him lie to the American people, but lying to and propagandizing kids on national television is too far. It's all too far.
We just broke every record, and now we're going to take a hit because we have to make a journey down to Iran to take the nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Remember, we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in, and we blew up their nuclear potential.
He's explaining like his military operation to 7-year-olds.
Obliterated for those that are not aware.
Yeah, saying this to kids is actually insane. I agree. Read the room, Donald Trump.
And to a point where
he doesn't know how to read.
it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on it.
It's like Nosferatu sitting in the Oval Office. They'd be 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon, little kid. Little Goyam kid.
But it was a very important thing. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle.
Again, always what is the conjunctive verb? Subjugate, or what is it? The the conjugation. Would, operative word being would have, right? Should have, would have, could have, imagine if.
Police would have been gone. Israel would have been.
Look at this kid over here. He's not even. Kid, you have one moment. This is your star moment. And what are you doing, you mouth-breathing fool? He's probably looking up at all the gold in the Oval Office being like, wow. You think this kid is thinking about Operation Project Freedom?
And they would have trained us.
His eyes are roving around the room.
On Europe first and then us, because they're sick people. These are sick people. And we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. The power of a nuclear weapon is
and now he's back.
Something I don't even want to talk about. It's not going to happen.
I don't even want to talk about, but he's going to continue talking about it.
And we have beaten them badly.
That was pretty insane. Americans are now putting up black flags. Look at this. A sea change happening. Where is this, West Virginia? That's right. Put it up there, brother. Black flag it is. So the answer to that question, socialism or barbarism, it's going to be barbarism, isn't it? Let's see, a 19-year-old kid filmed a TikTok rubbing his hands together over money, captioned the video with oy vey and Jewish. Oh my goy. Now his job and his life are on the line, says Mario Nawfool. Oh my God, this is like another Holocaust. Look at this. He hashtag Jewish and hashtag grimy and hashtag money. This is like another hula hoop. Somebody call the ADL. Let's get that kid canceled. He'll never work in this town again.
We're on NATO. I give up on NATO. Look, if you have a U.S. military base, you're not a sovereign country. This is a basic proposition. These are occupied countries. Why the hell would France, or even less than France's special case, why would Germany have U.S. military bases 80 years after the end of World War II? 80 years. Why would Japan have U.S. military bases 80 years after the end of World War II? And this is true all over these NATO countries. The U.S. controls these countries. These are not independent countries. They barely can make a coherent sentence, unfortunately. All they say at the UN is attacking Iran. And they don't even say that Iran has been attacked. It's very predictable to keep the scorecard at a UN Security Council session. If the country hosts a U.S. military base, it says Iran is an aggressor. It's like turning the world upside down, because they just absolutely cannot say the truth about the country that occupies them.
They can't handle the truth.
This is why I've said to India all along, for heaven's sake, don't join the Quad. Are you kidding? India had enough of colonial rule. Don't become part of America's empire. It's a big mistake. But these countries are part of America's empire for the last 80 years, so they don't even think straight. They don't even know what it means to think independently. The only one that's made any sense at all is the president of Spain, President Pedro Sanchez, who said, I'm not getting involved in this war.
Dirty Sanchez.
And then Trump said, we eliminate Spain from the map. I don't remember exactly how he put it. But you see, the American mindset in general in Washington is we control everything.
All right. Thank you, Johnny, the bike guy, for becoming the latest YouTube member of VIP, in fact. Thank you so much, Johnny. I appreciate that.
And then the Trump mindset puts that into a delusional degree that I control everything. And nobody
the dirty Sanchez
talks back to me. And I punish whoever I want. That's what you get into. So all of these countries are afraid to say a word. They're just afraid.
Vassals.
And it's amazing to me how afraid they are. But they are. And then when I talk to the Gulf...
It's like the sunken cost fallacy. They're so embedded, intertwined into the American system. They're cooked.
Country
and cooked
leaders last fall. And I said, you're really
appreciate you, Johnny.
At terrible risk. And why are you signing on with Israel? And one of them said to me, oh, but Mr. Sachs, we've been promised NVIDIA chips.
Oh, the NVIDIA chips.
We've been promised data centers.
Data centers.
This is honestly.
Talk about hand rubbing intensifies.
How this works. It's unbelievable. And now they're getting bombed like hell for their NVIDIA chips and their data centers. People have to grow up and understand that we're not going to hold on to the world if we behave this way.
We need those data centers so that they can eventually be blown up. That's satire, by the way. And I was just being ironical in a video game, of course. And I was speaking as if I was satirically these countries that are vassals. YouTube. So this is how it feels to be alive lately. Would you agree? Existing, you wake up, that'll be $70. Okay. Teary eyes. How do people afford life at this point? I don't even like going outside because of how much money that costs. It's expensive.
It looks like it. They'll do anything for Israel. They don't care how it affects the bond market, how it affects the dollar, petrodollar, like some people say. They get that wrong. Like, it's not what currency you price your goods in. That doesn't matter. Like, think about this. Okay. They're like, oh, what if they switch to yuan and BRICS? But you've heard the story. I'm like, oh, what if they stopped selling oil in dollars?
Yes, Padawan. I noticed you. Is that the right word, Padawan? I don't know. Thank you, T. I appreciate that.
Guys, they stopped selling oil. Not they stopped selling oil in dollars. They stopped selling oil, period, for 60 days. So not only whether it was priced in dollars or not, it's not even being sold at all. Did the dollar collapse? No, it didn't. Because that's not what props it up. It's what they do with those reserves, which is buy U.S. bonds that matters. If they wanted to sell in yuan, or which they have, like here's an example. Japan was the second largest market in the world. It's fourth, but barely. It's like practically tied for third. U.S. and China are higher. They switched to yen and bought oil directly from Iran in yen, not dollars, from 2007 to 2019. You didn't even notice. People do bilateral trades all the time. There is no rule that says you have to buy the oil in dollars. So one exception was Saudi Arabia, whatever, but there's nothing that says you have to. They do it because it has the least amount of volatility. And when you're doing trades in the billions, you know, if a currency fluctuates 0.1%, whatever, I mean, you could be losing millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's right. It is Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday all rolled up into one. Smoke them if you got them.
It looks like it.
Okay, so bonds over petrodollar. Let's see. If you hate this, you hate capitalism. This is Daniel Mayakovsky saying, quoting somebody, says, people should have their water limited to 50 or 100 liters of water. They shouldn't be allowed to wash their car or fill a swimming pool. We need to start thinking of water as a resource. Yes, let's start privatizing it. That's the next step. I mean, it's already kind of been privatized. All the clean water, for sure. We could have had a deal to let Iran charge a toll in USD. All do this, but we couldn't because Israel owns us. That's a fair point, Michael. That is a fair point. Hello, pirate. Almost back to the realm of men. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that, you silly little bitch. You think you're a pirate so you can insult me and my appearance? Just because I shaved, so now I'm a girl? Whatever, dude. It's rude, man. But I'll take your money, it's fine.
Everyone should have enough clean, safe water to meet their fundamental daily needs. About 50 to 100 liters per day. But not to fill a pool or wash a car. There is a difference. We must transform the way we think about water. Everyone.
I'm like, the first half of that was like kind of base. Yes, everybody should have their needs met. But I think you should be able to have water to wash your car. And I think you should be able to have water to fill your swimming pool. What I don't think you should be able to use water for is to power data centers, which deprive a lot of low-income neighborhoods of precious, clean water as a resource. It's not about policing individual habits, right? It's not about consumer habits. It's about the habits of institutions. Okay, so Iran has launched the Persian Gulf Strait Authority. Ships must contain this authority, fill out the necessary forms, and pay the troll toll. They will then receive an email and permission to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, according to Tasnim. So, officially, the Persian Gulf Strait Authority. This Zionist is quoting someone who said the UAE is not a country but an American military base, which I would argue is pretty truthful. Just like Israel is not really a country but a huge military base for Americans, or at least for the Americans and the Israelis. And this Zionist claps back and says, Gaza is not a country but a Hamas military base. Does it go both ways? Well, here's the thing. Gaza is not allowed to have a military base. They are denied having any form of military infrastructure. That's why they don't, because of the Israeli blockade, because of the mowings of the lawn that Israel does periodically, where they just go into Gaza and they just literally mow the lawn. They just do disproportionate civilian damage. And they deny the Palestinians of having buildings. In order to have institutions, you need buildings. You need ways to organize. You have to have infrastructure. Well, that's the one thing that Gaza is denied. Not only do they not have a military base, they're not allowed to defend their country the way that countries are able and should be able to do according to their, universal right as a sovereign nation to practice the principle of self-determination and the principle of self-defense. But they're not even allowed to have hospitals. They're not even allowed to have schools, neighborhoods. Every facet of their society they're not allowed to have. That's why they live in tents and they have to go underground if they want to resist. And of course, the Jews in Israel expect the Palestinians to just stand on the surface when we bomb you. Why won't you? Here's an accurate depiction of U.S. politics. That's a pretty good metaphor, I have to say. Let's see. Nick Fuentes is openly admitting that he's a Democrat. I don't believe this.
I care about affordability. I care about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I'm a non-woke moderate Democrat. I think the GOP needs to be destroyed. I think the corrupt criminal government of Trump needs to be slowed down. We need to impeach the orange. It's time to put this nigga in a peach. Trump needs to be placed inside of a crystal. He needs to be impeached. This fat orange, tiny hands needs to be impeached. And then in 28, no Vance, no Rubio. We have to burn down the whole party. I care about
Wow. So Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker both support the Democratic Party. That's a wild turn of events. I'm being facetious a little bit. Here's the world that we live in. Beyonce in a diamond-embellished skeleton dress, and here's an actual malnourished child who resembles a skeleton, starving in Gaza by Israel. And, it's always appropriate if you want to glean the truth about our world. You can't just show one picture. You have to show one picture with another picture. You have to show two pictures because there's always two aspects of every phenomena, if you will. And this is what we should be judging this by. Thank you, Michael B. Shouldn't data centers be the intersectional proletarian and petite bourgeois environment-focused united front to end? Even anarchists have their place here, a la propaganda of the deed? No. It's not the fact that there are data centers. It's the fact of who controls the data centers. And I'm not quite sure I understand your question, but sure, AI and and all this technology that the working class has invented and innovated and funded over the years could be put to great use. It's just that it's being used as a political weapon and a material weapon against the people that actually invented and paid for it. So I always go back to who owns what under what conditions as being the most essential thing that we should take note of. Yeah, it's who owns the means of production and for what purpose. Who gets what under what conditions? Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about data centers, if we were, collecting data on the capitalists, if we were, using this information to undermine the capitalist class, the way that the capitalist class is using this technology to undermine the working class, then I would say it's short-term necessary, but I don't want to live in a surveillance state. And that's what data centers are designed to do, to surveil and collect and privatize and profit ultimately off of our data. Eli Afriad, a big Zionist on Twitter, says, "Can you imagine the person who did such a thing? Look at this. Are those the Bebas twins? Somebody put a swashbucket thing. I can't say the word, but you know what it is. And I think I could imagine the person who did such a thing. He probably has sideburn mullets and a tiny hat. If I had to guess, statistically speaking, I mean that would check out. Swashbuckle. There you go. I should have said that. Isn't swashbucket? Is that not a word? Okay. So Eric Warsaw, he's a really talented influencer, content creator, and he's been silenced. Another great account silenced. Anti-Epstein class voices are being systematically wiped out. They destroyed my account after years of work. They expect us all to give up and go away. I'm starting again, says Adam. Follow me there to say no. So yeah, Eric is banned on YouTube. He's banned for something called the circumvention policy. And I looked this up, and it's basically when you're trying to circumvent other accounts that were suspended or something, that you got suspended or they suspended you, and you try to open up a new account, and then they catch you in that act or something. And I think that's what happened to Eric. But that's just it's a double standard. It's a two-tiered system. What a surprise. We need Goyim YouTube. Look at this. The Met Gala, which was yesterday, is just a yearly reminder that we live in real-life Hunger Games. This is Sam Smith and Zionista. Here's a clip of Hassan, basically a 10-minute clip of him justifying his support for the Democratic Party. I mean, we could take a look at it if you want, but I'm not really trying to focus on that content. Let's see. I love how leftists fundamentally misunderstand how the world works, says Dimitri. 10 trillion in net worth isn't hoarding. Because what is this in response to? Because Elon Musk is making a headline here saying his goal is to reach a $10 trillion net worth. He hasn't even reached $1 trillion yet. I mean, he's pretty close, but he wants 10. He wants 10 trillion of private individual wealth. And of course, the bootlickers, the Elon dick riders are out again to say, no, he deserves 10 trillion. That's not hoarding. $10 trillion to one person isn't hoarding. It implies massive success and real-world progress in sustainable energy and space travel. So the only reason that Elon Musk could acquire such wealth is obviously because, he's produced this sustainable innovative technology and space travel and all of this. There's no other possible way that he could have accrued all of this wealth. It has to be because of by the merits of his hard work. But instead, they picture some evil cartoon boss swimming in gold coins in his mansion. Yeah. And I agree with Melanie here. This level of wealth hoarding is a mental illness. This lady just put $103 of gas in her car. Who do we need to vote out, she says. Donald Trump says, when I get out of office in, let's say, 8 or 9 years from now, bitch, you're going to be 90 years old.
And this way, when I get out of office in, let's say, 8 or 9 years from now, I'll be able to use it. I'll be able to use it myself. And this way, when I...
Delusions. Delusions of grandeur. Pepe Escobar says, for all those geographically impaired Barbaria mutts, this is how you impose a naval blockade, targeting with a single move the ports of the Zionist Arab Emirates, the ZAE, the southern boundary between Ku Mubarak in Iran and south of Fujairah, the western boundary from the end of Keshem Island to al-Quwain. Welcome to the Hormuz Tollgate, Forbidden Zone. Translation, ZAE fully kettled alongside Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain. And there's a little picture of the blockade. Here was President Trump at the Met Gala yesterday. Okay. Let's go and take a look at this. This is from Obi-Wan, our esteemed moderator and friend of the stream. Let's see, it's Katie Halper, I guess, interviewing Butch Ware.
The Democrat establishment.
Yes, we love Butch Ware.
$20 million trying.
Wait, let's go back. We got to hear every word. This is one of the only people that I can listen to like for hours and never get tired. This guy.
The Democrat establishment spent $20 million trying to sue Dr. Jill Stein and myself off of the ballot in multiple states. If they would resort to this kind of, absurdity, like breaking every rule in the book and being naked about it, not even really trying to cover it up, then it means that they're really afraid. And they should be, because we constitute an existential threat to the Democrat establishment in the state of California.
Hell yeah. $20 million. Did you hear that? The Democrats spent $20 million trying to sue the Green Party to get them off the ballot.
Tell us the latest that you're dealing with from the Democrats as you are attempting to run for governor for the state of California.
Yeah, so I refer to them as the Democrat Party rather than the Democratic Party because they don't want people voting for anything. And whereas Republicans usually try to steal elections after the election, see George Bush and Donald Trump, the Democrats like to try to steal an election before it happens. So they spent $20 million trying to sue me and Jill off of the ballot in multiple states in the 2024 presidential election. And now in the state of California, they are trying to use the Secretary of State's office to eliminate me from the ballot on an absurd technicality that, in point of fact, we demonstrated in court. It's a completely fallacious claim. So here's what they said. What they said is that I left a phone number unredacted on what should have been a redacted copy of my 2024 tax returns. And on the basis of this flimsiest of pretexts, they were going to disqualify me from the ballot in the state of California. And the news on this front today, I'll go back, to explain the full context. The news on this front today is that yesterday we filed suit in federal court because we're not going to take this nonsense lying down. And we are prepared to take this.
This just shows you every time that there is that subordinate opposition party, anytime you want to critique even just as an influencer or, as a political candidate, you have to cross all your T's. You got to dot all your I's. You got to get everything perfectly right. And if you don't, they will always try to attack that, Whereas if you're in power, you can lie with impunity. You can do all kinds of illegal shit. It doesn't matter.
The legal fight as far as it needs to go, because this cannot stand. Here's what happened. Each candidate is required to submit redacted and unredacted copies of 5 years of tax returns. The unredacted copies are meant to stay on record with the Secretary of State. The redacted copies become public, and you redact information that's private, right? Your personal phone number, your street address, those kinds of things. So apparently what they claim is that there were deficiencies in my redacted copies, that they couldn't explain what these were when they first sent an email saying that we needed to fix this. So March 7th, they sent a message saying, no, not redacted, returns not submitted. And we were like, that's a triple negative. No one knows what you're asking for. We didn't even have to get back to them to clarify, because on March 10th, they sent a new message saying, no unredacted tax return was submitted for these 2 years, for 2022 and 2023. So then we asked for clarification. Well, in your first ungrammatical message, you said that we needed to resubmit 4 years of tax returns, and now you're saying we need to submit 2. So then they wait 2 more days and say, no, you have to submit all 4. Now, mind you, on March 7th, when they initially sent this email, they said, if you don't fix these deficiencies, which again, they have not yet defined, by March 16th at 5 p.m., you will be disqualified from the ballot. The back and forth continues like this for a full week. And finally, on Friday, March 13th, we get an order with which we comply. And we just send entirely new copies of both redacted and unredacted forms. They receive them. They open them Monday, March 16th at 9:17 a.m. And then at 4:50 p.m., they send me an email saying you left your phone number unredacted on this form.
Oh, my God.
And you will be disqualified from the ballot if you do not correct it in person in the next 10 minutes in Sacramento.
Right.
My God.
Yeah, how did I know it was going to be
Oh,
between
my
9
God.
and 5 that they were going to not be able to
Yep. 5 p.m. Oh, look, got to go home.
send you this
They
notification?
gave 10 minutes warning for a document request, but it gets worse, Katie. You think that that's the worst of it. So we file a lawsuit with a writ of mandate to make this stop, right? We file it within 48 hours because the voter's guide is supposed to go out at the end of March, right? And so what we're seeing is that this is actually probably not an effort to knock us off the ballot. They know this can't hold up in court. We assume this is just an effort to keep us out of the voter's guide, and we have to file within 48 hours. Otherwise, we won't even get a hearing before the voter's guide is mailed out, because they're trying to knock down our visibility and our name recognition. So we file within 48 hours. We go into court March 26th, and here's where it gets worse. The Secretary of State submitted into evidence all the paperwork that I had filed, right? And our lawyer went through this and was able to demonstrate that they had the correct forms in their possession on time the whole time, that the whole thing was a pretext. And the judge admitted this. It went into the record. He said, so you had correct versions the whole time? And they said, yes, but it's not our job to collate them for the candidate. So literally, they were admitting that they had full copies of all of the paperwork, but they were saying that because I hadn't responded the way that they had suggested, that didn't matter, that they actually had the paperwork correct. And then lastly, on this particular point, our lawyer was able to demonstrate in court that they falsified the email thread. They submitted falsified documents into evidence because they went back into the email thread. And remember that ungrammatical email that I mentioned on March 7th? They fixed it to make it look as though they had issued a proper document request in the first place. And, travesty of all travesties, the judge is completely unmoved. He enters into record that they changed the email thread, enters into the record uncontested that they had the documents in their possession on time the whole time, and nonetheless denied our writ of mandate.
Why would he even do that?
Because he was sent to do a job the same way that paper pusher in the Secretary of State's office was sent to do a job. Their job was to get me off of the ballot. Their job was to make sure that I did not appear in the voter's guide. And there was a very simple reason for this, is that at that time, the leading Democrat candidates, Tom Steyer, Katie Porter and Eric Swalwell before Swalwell imploded, right? They were all polling at 10%, and I was polling at 5%. That was in published numbers and they must have had internal polling because we don't have money to run a bunch of polls. So they must have had internal polling that had me running neck and neck. And just understand what it would do to Gavin Newsom's presidential chances, what it would do to the Democrat establishment nationwide to have a Green Party candidate within 4 or 5 points of the lead in the primary elections in the state of California. So we immediately filed an appeal after they had this absurd ruling. In the Secretary of State's opposition to the appeal, they conceded that they had the documents in their possession the whole time.
So then
and now they simply said, well, the voter's guide has already been mailed out. It's too late for us to change anything about it.
Wow.
So they stopped even arguing that my paperwork was somehow deficient because we had demonstrated that it wasn't. And now they just simply said, well, it's a big deal to mail out all of these mailers. It's very expensive, and so we can't, change it. The appeal judge, again, in the same Sacramento district, beholden to the same political authorities, denied our appeal without explanation. So no notes, nothing explaining why. It just said writ has been denied. So just to be clear, what Donald Trump does with the Republican Supreme Court, that's child's play compared to what Gavin Newsom does with the judiciary inside the state of California, right? He uses it to take out any kind of political challenges or political opposition. So we never expected to get redress from a court in the state of California, but we wanted to let the process follow through. The appeal was denied at the end of last week. So we filed our federal case yesterday. The federal court case is the place where we expect to get relief. We have a request for a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction that would stop those ballots from being mailed out until a hearing on this takes place. Because there is no world in which voters should be disenfranchised from having their choice on the ballot because the Secretary of State lies and says that there is a deficiency that does not exist. And then after excluding you from the ballot says, well, now that you're off the ballot, it's too late for us to do anything about it.
And you would never know any of these details. You see how nuanced it is. You see how technical it is. They have so many different tactics and ways to undermine us so that, we don't have any real political agency in this country. And they're on the front lines. Like when I told you yesterday, when I campaigned, I don't know if you could call it that, but I definitely did some events for the Green Party and, endorsed Jill Stein and Butch Ware for president and vice president. And I learned so much about what this party faces, specifically from the Democrats. And you just would never have any idea. And then you log online and you see on Twitter people saying, oh, where's Jill Stein? What's the Green Party doing? Man, they're doing so much behind the scenes that you will never hear about because that's by design. You're just, reporting, you're giving credibility to the malevolence, the duplicitousness.
Wow. So you said that Democrats steal elections before they happen, Republicans steal them after. Can you elaborate on this?
Sure. So the Democrat establishment, as I mentioned, spent $20 million trying to sue Dr. Jill Stein and myself off of the ballot in multiple states. They have actually removed ballot access from the Green Party in the state of New York. So you can't file as a Green candidate in the state of New York. They go to war with anything that might appear to the left of them. And so when I hear, Democrats complaining about Republican efforts to disenfranchise voters, I mean, I have to laugh because they literally spent more money just trying to sue us off of ballots in 2024 than the Stein-Ware campaign spent in total.
Wow.
The Democrat Party is, as my colleague at UC Riverside, Dylan Rodriguez, has called them, he said they're the most effective counterinsurgency institution ever to emerge in human history. Their job is to try to destroy anything from to the left of them from ever seeing the political light of day. So we expected this, by the way, right? I had a war chest set aside for us to pay lawyers. We were ready for that. We responded in timely fashion to all of it.
I need to get me a war chest.
Chicanery, because we knew it was coming. And by the way, it is only just beginning, because our polling has improved since they knocked me off of the ballot. Because the media coverage inside the state of California, there's been right-wing media that's covered it. There's been left-wing media that's covered it. There's been local media that's covered it. But none of the national political media outlets have covered this story, because it makes the Democrat establishment look so bad.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's very clear that if they would resort to this kind of, absurdity, like breaking every rule in the book and being naked about it, not even really trying to cover it up, then it means that they're really afraid. And they should be, because we constitute an existential threat to the Democrat establishment in the state of California.
So I'm going to get back to that. I just want the existential threat, but I do want to add one thing, which was the amazing job that they did in North Carolina with Matt Howe, when they literally, the Democrats got impersonated Green Party officials and called people and told them not to vote for him.
And they called people to tell them to rescind signatures that they had submitted so that he would be disqualified from a ballot. I mean, there is, you have to understand, there is no depth to which they will not sink in order to try to stop Green candidates. And the reason for that, so in the last 3 years nationwide, Greens have won 57% of the elections in which we have run a candidate for office. Those are mostly from mayor down. But what it means is that consistently, when there's not a fire hose of money that the Democrats can pour into an election, and when there's not mainstream media coverage to overdetermine the narrative, and it's just races that are run on policy and candidate quality, we beat Team Blue and Team Red together. That number, 57%, is nationwide. That number in California in the last 3 years is 79%. So they know that our platforms and policies are things that voters are going to respond to. And what they fear is people hearing this message, seeing the candidate, having the policies explained in open public forum. I think that the principal reason why they did this was to get me out of the debate that's taking place tonight at Pomona College with CBS Sacramento. And just for context, the same civic organization, APAPA, Asian Pacific American Political Association, they held a debate last September. I participated in that. Everyone that was there perceived the difference in candidate quality. There had been a previous one at SEIU Local 1000 in Sacramento that went so badly for Katie Porter that we found out after the fact that SEIU leadership went to the Democrats and said, you need to get another candidate into this field. That's when Eric Swalwell entered the race, and it helped solve a puzzle inside our campaign, which is we didn't know why the first 4 questions on Eric Swalwell's survey that he sent out when he was trying to decide whether he would run were all about me. And the reason is that everybody in the Democrat establishment saw me dismantle their whole field at the SEIU debate in August of 2025, and that began a concerted effort to make sure that that never happens again. And because I was polling ahead of multiple Democrat candidates, they were going to have to include me in that debate. That debate is going to happen tonight with Matt Mahan taking part, Tony Thurmond taking part, Antonio Villaraigosa taking part. And you're shaking your head because no one's ever heard of any of those people. They are all polling at 1% or 2%. There is no poll in which I am not either even with those candidates or ahead of them. So they would have had to let me debate in a live stream debate that was up and down the state of California, and they already know what happens when I debate these corporate clowns. So this has all been an effort to just try to make a threat disappear from public view.
You see why we listen to Butch Ware It's a lot of information there. I hope that was informative for you as it was for me, and it just reminds me, we don't pick political candidates in America. We ratify candidates that are handpicked and vetted by the business class, the Epstein class, and there you see, like in a sort of a minute detail of one of the many tactics that they do to undermine real working class voices and parties. Thank you for that clip, Obi-Wan. That was great. You know, I think you guys need to stop sending me this shit about religion and give us, you know, religious history links. We're so past that, aren't we? Here's Katie Porter, which is who Butch Ware was just talking about. She was the original Democratic challenger. She was awful. In fact, look, in this video, this is an old video, but she yells at one of her staff members.
To air pollution and other problems, and the state could lose. Get out of my shot.
Katie Porter's campaign for California governor is going viral.
It's even worse than I remembered. Get out of my fucking shot. It's like her Bill O'Reilly moment.
Probably not the way she would have hoped. This video shows her lashing out at a former staffer. NBC4's Hetty Chang is
Yeah, she'd make a great governor.
live in Irvine with how this may impact the Democratic frontrunner. Hetty.
Yeah, Annabelle, we're really getting a
Stays in shot.
wide range of reaction to those videos. Some say that they were really bothered by what they saw. Others say it wouldn't impact their vote. But one thing is certain, people are talking.
Yeah, the mask slipped.
Katie Porter, considered the frontrunner in California's gubernatorial race, is going viral this week after this video exchange obtained by Politico
This is probably what ended her campaign right here.
Wednesday captures her reprimanding a
She just looks like a... I was going to say nasty woman, but then that was like, that's what Donald Trump says, and I don't want to say that.
staffer for getting in
She looks like a Zionist.
to her interview shot. The video shows an online conversation
You can see the cynicism
from 2020
about life. And, you know, it's like George Carlin says, when you look at people and you look them in the eyes, you can see the whole universe. And when I look into her eyes, I can see the cynicism. I can see the hatred and the contempt she has for everyone that isn't her.
Get out of my fucking shot.
The video surfaced a day after this viral video where the former congresswoman for California's 47th district
Yeah, this is another clip. She's horrible in this. I think she even leaves the interview.
threatens to walk out of an
Yeah.
interview with the CBS Sacramento investigative reporter.
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it.
A Porter campaign spokesperson noted the interview did continue for another 20 minutes after this exchange.
Rude.
Hector didn't want to give his last name. This is your first impression of her?
Yeah, never heard of her.
And what is your impression of her?
I mean, if that's how she handles her stress and that's how she handles people.
Yeah, how's she going to handle governing a state?
I mean, how can we expect what we expect from her? I probably wouldn't vote for her.
Yeah, personally, she's a toxic individual, but she'll make a great governor.
Honestly, just that interaction.
Political experts say first impressions do matter.
None of the candidates for governor right now are particularly well known in California. And in fact, you could argue that this is the most wide open governor's race in California.
You could kind of parse that out with what you just heard from Butch Ware, how he just said, you know, all the candidates at this point nobody's ever really heard of. That's to make sure that there's no real challenge to the Democrats.
In half a century. But if the first thing that voters learn about you is something that's unflattering in this nature, that's more likely to stick than if it's one of many things that they know about you.
Two other voters who are familiar with Katie Porter echo that very point.
To me, that's just a small snippet of anybody, I think. If I were voting for her, that wouldn't alter it. Oh, I'm not going to vote for her because of those two clips. You know what I mean? Because if I followed her and I like her policies and I like everything and I see those two clips and I still like her policy, I'm still going to vote for her.
I would not necessarily know who.
Nice. That was the same college that Butch Ware was a debate or he gave a debate, and apparently I didn't see it. I should have watched it, but apparently he did really well.
I'm voting for tomorrow, but this would not dissuade me at all.
We received a statement from Katie Porter saying it's no secret I hold myself and my staff to a high standard, and that was especially true as a member of Congress. I have sought to be more intentional in showing gratitude to my staff for their
She's investigated herself, and she is working on her character.
important work. We're live in Irvine. Hetty Chang.
All right, let's keep going.
Hey y'all, it's Chrissy Burke here. I am running for the U.S. House of Representatives in Tennessee's 1st District. And I'm so excited about this campaign because we launched a week ago and we have already raised over $23,000 in a grassroots, progressive, people-powered campaign that is not taking corporate dollars, not taking AIPAC money, and is running on abolishing ICE, impeaching Trump, and expanding healthcare access to all people. I feel as though my values and my vision for America are really just common sense human values, something we should all be able to agree on. But unfortunately, we are living in a world of partisan politics where certain policies are attached to a certain political party. And so people automatically don't want to hear it. They automatically reject our ideas and our visions because they're not on our side. And I don't really blame people for this because we are living in a crazy world of chaotic information, and algorithms have been weaponized against us. And our government has worked to make sure we are as uneducated, uninformed, confused, overworked, and apathetic as possible because that's how they get away with what they want to get away with. But I believe that if more people were active and engaged, if more people were having productive...
Okay, she has a nose ring, but what is she saying?
...conversations about our government and our future, and if more people were voting, then we would easily be able to move forward with more progressive policies like funding education and giving...
Oh, yeah, voting in the corporate duopoly. Okay, hard pass.
...everyone healthcare and making sure that the tax burden is not all falling on working people so that corporations and billionaires can profit.
The answer to dismantling the Leopards Eating Faces party is to start voting in Leopards Eating Faces with a Purpose party. End of story.
Hey, Peter, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good to see you. So we're seeing unbelievable leaps in our society in terms of energy, transport, food, materials, information transfer as well. We're kind of witnessing a planetary phase shift out of industrial age systemic structure. But despite the fact that we live in a post-scarcity world, a lot of this is being, chained down, kneecapped by our economic systems. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Well, as I've always said, efficiency, conservation, these are enemies of market capitalism. So the more
efficiency and conservation, a capitalist craves not these things.
More efficient we become, the more we move towards things we could call post-scarcity, the more the system gyrates to manufacture new problems to keep money moving, right? I think it was John Maynard Keynes in the 1930s who appropriately predicted, in fact, even though people can disagree with some of his logic, he said, you know what, by the time of, around now, people probably will only work like 5 hours a week because we will have transitioned the system of appreciating a post-scarcity lifestyle where people don't need to all live in mansions. There will
naive optimist John Maynard Keynes.
Be a basic sense of egalitarianism, a basic consideration of others, a basic consideration for the planet, and then everyone will have a balanced life using technology efficiently. This is after the Industrial Revolution, where a lot of people were theorizing this kind of thing. But no, people like Edward Bernays came into the corporate structure, commercial advertising.
Everybody knows who Edward Bernays is, the father of modern propaganda.
Decided to pervert everything, and not just because for money and profit in the explicit sense of gain, but because that's what the system requires. It's an infinite growth system. So the more efficiency we create, the more you have to compensate for the loss of sales because of that efficiency.
As we fly past planetary boundaries for sustaining life, you point to the main cause being not just capitalism, but market economics in general. Can you explain?
Sure. As a matter of semantics, I would say that people that use the term capitalism are talking about an institutionalization of a larger systemic process, and that is the dynamics of market economics. Market economics grows and manifests as a complex system with different permutations, and capitalism as we see it is kind of a snapshot. So, we get that out of the way. But at the core of this, capitalism is an institution, but the actual system function is economic trade through markets and all the dynamics that go with that. And that is, once again, an infinite growth, insane system that has no compatibility with the ecosystem. Is an infinite growth system that needs constant consumption that is based on the premise of trying to do something about scarcity. So if you can wrap your head around that, it's one of the more mind-blowing paradoxes of the system, because it's based on scarcity, which means we don't have enough to go around, and this basic ethos that accepts inequality, that accepts...
Yeah, capitalism is going to solve the problems that it created.
Poverty and all of that. But yet, simultaneously, it says, but we need constant consumption to make it work, because that's what the machine needs, like the pedal on a car. The constant
Yeah, capitalism is artificial scarcity.
Consumption is the gas in the engine of market economics or capitalism. And therein lies the fundamental sickness, the fundamental dysfunction, I should say, of the system that we have to move out of, particularly for the environment. There's no hope for the environment as long as the system persists. It doesn't matter how you regulate it. The actual system function is an infinite growth cancerous phenomenon. Cancer is the best analogy to this. It just keeps dividing and opening and expanding, and that's all it knows how to do. And you can try to get people in there to close this down and have regulation for this, but what is the core what is the core MO of the system? Buying and selling, and the naivety to think that we would not buy and sell, politicians, legislation, policy is just that, utterly naive.
Because everything in the United States must be treated like a business. Every aspect of our society is treated like a for-profit business, and that is utterly insane and sociopathic.
Everything is for sale in this system. That's been the general evolution of the entire thing. You had kind of restrictions during the FDR period. You have other countries that do things a little bit more maturely, but everything moves toward the same basic direction. We're going to buy and sell literally everything. We're going to make a marketized society. It's not a market economy. It's a market culture and a market society. And the more this evolution continues, which is exactly what's happening now, as we see, especially in the United States, the more any regard for the ecosystem is pushed to the side, because it is hindering economic growth. And the system will not tolerate any hindrance of economic growth. The
way that the economy is organized creates the culture, ultimately, largely.
Particle, every cell in the being of the entire global society will eventually agitate toward stopping anything that inhibits economic growth, and any kind of conservation is thrown out the window. For the first time in human history, we've never experienced the kind of environmental crisis we have now. It's because of the system, of course. And now we see this clamoring to try and clamp things down for the sake of future generations and livability of the planet. But that more than ever is now having the largest degrowth effects, and which is why, once again...
Yeah, I thought Lee had a booger there. I was just trying to help him out and pick it, but he's pretty clean, actually.
And it's not going to work. It's a brick wall, and the only thing we can do is to remove the system before it basically kills all of us.
Yeah, I call that kind of endless movement towards that endpoint the gravity of capitalism, and I'm sure I'm not the first to call it that.
Sure.
Last question. In order to create the systemic change we need, you talk about in-system and out-system activism. Can you explain what they are and why certain kinds of activism don't actually create real change?
It's simple. In-system activism assumes the channels of democracy as we know it will work within the confines of the overarching capitalist system and the power system that comes from that. Because it's not...
Have y'all ever noticed that Jewish stereotypes and capitalist stereotypes are the same stereotypes?
It's not just the actual mechanics and procedure of the system or the inequalities. All of that translates into power dynamics. It's a hierarchy-producing system, and the power system is just as important to recognize. Capitalism is a system of power, and people often forget that. So if you go about your activism unaware of that. And you just sort of believe that the moral aptitude of your politicians, which are funded largely by lobbyists, and I don't mean just in the United States, but I mean globally, or they're involved in cartels, if you look at, or oligarchs, I should say, like Russia or China, all the basic dynamics are still there in terms of the power imbalance. And the more people go up that ladder of hierarchy, the more power they get.
Really? You never saw the Shlomo dude rubbing his hands like, I'm going to get those guys, I'm going to steal that land, and I'm going to make a profit. And then you see the capitalist memes with the little piggy dude, and he's like, yeah, more. I don't know why he sounds like Beavis, but yeah.
They're rewarded by the system, the less, on average, in probability, they're going to be willing to do anything to move against their benefit of both power and wealth. And that's basically what's happened. So activists can't think that way. They can't think they're going to change their society or the world through traditional channels within the system. You've got to go outside, and you have to be willing to...
I don't want to go outside. I have agoraphobia.
Attack the very system and to build out contrary systems or contrary attributes of a system, such as things like open source, such as, instead of being fearful of technological unemployment, seeing it as a wonderful benefit for humanity. Changing all the incentive structures, in other words. You have to want a society based on sharing. You want an access society as opposed to a property society. And when you put all that together, it's a completely different value system and a completely different set of demands. And you hope that those demands can coalesce into a new model. And ultimately, as far as I'm concerned, after all these years of doing this kind of work, I no longer, as I said earlier to you before, do I believe in trying to appeal to power. We have to try, but it's not going to be the end. We have to build out new systems. The beauty of technology today, through what's called ephemeralization, doing more and more with less and less, is that we can create pockets now of people living very differently in small communities, or I should say communities that are shared in networks, node communities. They can be anywhere in the world, but they're doing things differently. They're starting to engineer their own system of economics. And this is a project I call Integral, and we can talk more about that as it's developed. I've talked about this a great deal on my podcast. If anyone wants to learn about it, I go into a great deal about the structure of it in episode 53 of my last podcast.
To me, it seems like a glaring point, what you just said, cows for cheese. This is something that I've been saying.
A revolution now. So out-system activism means ultimately building literally a new system from the ground up, strategically, where you want to suck all of the energy from the existing system, get people to realize that they can live differently in an egalitarian system where people are dying on the streets. And we can do that, sucking people away from the current system, starving the beast, as it were. And that's the core of what I mean by out-system activism.
That sounds good. Let's do that.
Let's just do that.
Let's just do that. Peter, thank you so much, and always appreciate talking to you. And
yeah, we need dual power in the political system and the economic system. We need working class institutions in the economy, strong labor unions, and we need a vanguard political party to spearhead the movement. And that is not the Democrats. What is this? This guy is going to get banned.
Soon the excrement will be whole again. Epstein shall be inside all of us. First is...
I don't see the value in that. That's just gross.
Some may be familiar with comments recently coming out.
Boring.
So look at this. Consider this our economy. You have 50% of white collars are going to vanish over the next 5 years. Gone. Which means that those people are going to have to liquidate their stocks.
Oh, I think I see where this is going.
To pay for their homes, which will eventually run out, and mortgages will go unpaid, forcing them to sell their homes. And what are the jobs being lost? They're white-collar, high-end jobs that in the eyes of the bank, they were like, hey, this is a guaranteed guy to pay his mortgage. We call them AAA. And guess what? They're gone. Those AAAs are supposed to be secure investments for pensions and fixed income and low-risk solid returns. And every time you take out one of these blocks, it becomes a liability and adding to the top of the tower.
Wow. Okay, Jess, it better be good.
Turn the lights on me, only on me. Stop looking at the world burning. Look at my hair, look at my tie. I am the best thing that happened to the sky. I draw the borders with a Sharpie pen. I fly the experts, I don't need the men. They say, sir, the science says it's gonna crash. I say, shut up, loser, and bring me the cash. I stared at the sun and I didn't go blind because I have the greatest, most beautiful mind. I treat the nukes like a video game. If the city explodes, well, they know my name. I hold the map upside down, who cares? The world is mine and you're just a spare. I'm the king of clowns on the golden throne. I love the sound of my very own tone. The world is a joke and I'm the punchline, but I'm drinking the blood like it's vintage wine. Dance, puppets dance while I tweet from the bed. I'm the greatest disaster that you ever fed. Look at the peasants begging for bread. I give them a circus and speeches instead. We hungry? Oh, stop with the tears. I haven't paid taxes in 70 years. I press the red button just to see the flash. I treat the Constitution like a piece of trash. My rallies are huge, my ratings are high, so who cares if a couple of million die? It's reality TV season.
Yeah, it's like Imagine Dragons, right?
Finale, and I'm the star of the Grand Valley.
You are destroying us all.
But look at the ratings, best ratings ever.
Water is rising.
I have a boat, a gold boat, you don't.
You are a fool.
I am a genius, a very stable genius.
I would help us.
I am God.
We saw that clip of Jeffrey Sachs. Let's see.
Palestinian Arabs native to the Levant. The Levant is an eastern Mediterranean region, and the south of the Levant is what the Palestinians call their homeland.
Okay, but could you talk a little bit softer, please? I'd like to hear the grass grow.
Today. But if you're familiar with politics of this region, you might have heard the argument that these Palestinians are not really from this land and are the descendants of Arab invaders from the Muslim conquests of the 7th century. So then the question becomes, are Palestinians the result of a mass migration following the Muslim...
Now, just what the fuck is that supposed to mean? I am full of life and mirth and whimsy. I have a lot of love in my heart. I am not dead inside.
Conquests, or are they the descendants of pre-Islamic population?
I am.
Well, logically speaking, everyone in the world is a mix of multiple ancestries, and the Palestinians are no different. However, there have been...
Okay, Martin, you little bitch. Only the weak go to sleep. Whatever, I guess you're not a revolutionary. Guy needs to sleep. Okay, Grandpa.
A few studies done that delve into the genetic ancestry.
I am. I'm living, I'm laughing, I'm loving every minute of everything ever. This is just the best. We're on the best timeline. Obviously, there's nothing to be upset about. There's nothing to break my spirit.
Of Palestinians. This study published in 2020 showed that...
Ain't nobody gonna break my stride.
There is a significant degree of genetic continuity amongst the Arab-speaking population.
I can't listen to this guy because I'm going to be put to death. Not death. I'll be put to sleep. Our friend Nico House, Nick Shirley, posts a video on X claiming that his life is in danger and that the Cuban government is trying to kidnap him for exposing the humanitarian crises caused by communism. I think there might be a little bit more to it than that. even saying he and his crew were looking for escape routes. The problem is there's absolutely zero evidence proving his life is in danger or that anyone has tried to detain him, proven by multiple content creators since arriving in Cuba. Secondly, the donkey accidentally admits that the humanitarian crises Cuba is experiencing right now is a direct result of sanctions. Yes, now you're getting it. And Trump's decision to block Venezuelan oil from reaching the country.
So the one and only Nick Shirley is claiming that he is being held hostage in Cuba and is currently looking for an escape route. At least that's what I was able to gather from that indiscernible marble word vomit that Nick Shirley likes to call reporting.
And look at those ornate curtains. He's under fear of his life right now.
Recent video, Nick Shirley claims that he went to Cuba in order to expose the humanitarian crisis caused by...
He looks like he's in Trump's ballroom.
Communism.
I think you guys should know exactly what is happening and the risk we are taking here in Cuba to try and show...
Oh my God, and he's speaking low in his hotel room, his 4-star hotel room. That's how you know this is really dangerous.
People the truth about the realities of communism and what's happening here in Cuba.
As most of you all probably know, Cuba is suffering from massive power outages right now, amongst other problems. Now, even though in the video Nick claims that these problems are being caused by communism, he actually directly mentions the fact that these problems are being caused by the fact that the United States took over Venezuela, kidnapped Maduro, and then blocked the oil Venezuela was sending to Cuba.
There's a big problem taking place.
And that's just for starters, okay? There's no greater victim of international terrorism at the hands of the United States than Cuba, this little island in the Caribbean, right there in the dragon's jaw, the dragon's teeth of empire.
Here in Cuba,
completely encircled, completely blockaded for decades now.
The largest humanitarian crisis they've had in maybe 50 years. And
yeah, well, they've been blockaded and sanctioned for going back to 1959 and even before then, but we're saying 1959 because that's when the Castro Revolution took place.
And there's no oil or gas due to the blockade after Trump and the United States took over and captured Maduro. So Venezuela is no longer supporting
oh my God, he admitted
Cuba with any oil or gas, and that also affects everything that they have essentially, between whether it be the food or from it being
this is just
the lights.
Idiotic. You know, I expected more from you, Scotty Gesso. Okay, you have to understand something. Okay, it's not about what my personal feelings towards a religious figure is. The entire brunt of my political analysis has to do with the fact that I don't believe religious groups should be able to lobby the government for political power. Okay? Doesn't mean I don't respect Jesus. I actually think Jesus was an enlightened human being. And he was a communist. That's what's funny. Jesus preached about common ownership. He was, bathing the feet of the poor. He was an enemy of the state. And he was executed for being too radical. But again, we're talking in the context of the state of Israel, the fake state of Israel, a Jewish ethno-state, preaching religious supremacy and enacting material policies based on that religious supremacy, or at least justified by that religious supremacy. And this is what we're reacting to. And I'm making a point that religious groups should not achieve political power. That's it.
And the power shortages here.
So yeah, to make a long story short, Cuba doesn't have a communism problem. It has a U.S. imperialism problem, as usual. Now, Nick says that once he got to the airport in Cuba, they took everything. They took everything except for his iPhone and one small microphone.
So I go out at the airport. They seize all of my cameras. They seize both my GoPros, my Meta glasses. These are not my Meta glasses. all my microphones. However, the only thing they don't take is my iPhone camera. That's what I'm filming this on right now. They don't take my iPhone camera, and somehow they didn't get this microphone that was in the very, very bottom of my backpack.
And he said he has been being tailed ever since, and that he is currently trapped in his hotel looking for an escape route.
And right now there's 3 essentially Cuban spies down at the bottom of our hotel right now.
Oh my God, they're probably just like the doorman. One is operating the door. The other 2 are behind this counter and they're checking in guests. It's like...
And we have to figure out how we're going to escape. We're trying to get a hold of the embassy right now and see if we can stay there overnight and then buy our...
Nick, I got a great idea. Why don't you just chuck yourself out the window?
Then buy our airplane ticket last minute so that doesn't pull off any red flags to the Cuban government before we arrive to the airport.
Thank you, Phoenix. I will not dance at your funeral, but I'll be very saddened. Let's be honest, I probably won't be here. I'm gonna go first.
The funny thing is, this was clearly an attempt by Nick Shirley to provide a counter-narrative for the United States government because there are currently activists there.
This dude is why re-education camps were invented. Exactly. To the gulag, Nick. Off you go.
Exposing the humanitarian crisis and going viral doing so, and exposing the fact that it's been brought about because of the United States. Nick also didn't realize that some of those activists are still there and...
Yes, but you underestimate my death drive, Phoenix.
Went to his hotel and showed there is no one looking to arrest or detain Nick Shirley.
We are going to make it out of Cuba. If there's a will, there's a way.
I'm currently here at the front desk check-in where Nick Shirley said he...
Oh, this lavish Mac goes to the actual hotel that Nick Shirley is staying at and calls out his bullshit. I love it.
He's being held hostage by the Cuban government.
We legit have Cuban spies at the bottom of our hotel room.
Nowhere to be seen. Neither is the security and the CIA and the spies that were supposed to...
That's the one, PJ. You got it. Thank you, Six Pack. Palestinian flag is now the flag of the global resistance against the... Yeah, white empire, West empire, white, and, Jewish empire.
Holding you hostage.
They're in the lobby right now. The security guard just went down to see what was going on, and they're all down there in the lobby.
Walking in. Hola, buena.
This is probably the most dangerous situation I've ever been in, especially when you have...
I award you nothing, PJ. That did not count as a point. Remember, your social credit score on this stream is taken very seriously.
But I do find it ironic, though, because you know who did get arrested and detained upon re-entering the country after returning from Cuba? American activists who went there to provide humanitarian aid. You know who did?
Thank you, Jeff Zimmerman, the Jewish author. I appreciate that. Nice comment from you.
Have their bank accounts frozen when they tried to open their applications in Cuba. U.S. citizens in Cuba, only there to provide humanitarian aid. You know who probably didn't have their bank account frozen? Nick Shirley. Which brings us to the most important point. If Cuba was tailing Nick Shirley,
that's a good point.
And I truly hope that they were, it would be absolutely justified because it is very obvious that Nick Shirley is nothing but a U.S. government asset. You got to remember the last time Trump started speaking about a group of people.
Yeah, that's right. He went to this Muslim daycare center or something, or was it LGBT? I forget.
In a particular place, it was Minnesota.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Nick Shirley ends up there, provides reporting that results in 0 charges, 0 arrests, but it ended up becoming a national disaster because people died, were physically assaulted, and harassed, all because of fallacious reporting by Nick Shirley that Trump then used as a catalyst to send agents into Minnesota.
To further stop Medicare and Medicaid from being looted by criminals and thugs, we've launched a war on fraud. You've been watching it in the papers. We're all over Minnesota.
What's wrong with people? Why do you write this comment? Are you having a good day? Is everything okay in your world? You're preaching and proselytizing about Jesus, and now you're telling me, see you on your way to hell. Okay, thanks.
So given that Trump, his administration, and his cronies have been saying over and over again, Cuba's next, Cuba's next, why would y'all think Nick Shirley would be sent to Cuba?
Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately. On the way back from on the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore.
Can you believe this fucking clown is our president? Oh, it's just every day.
And they'll say, thank you very much, we give up.
Given that he talks as if he massages his brain with a screwdriver, I
Nurse
doubt
Juliana, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships on the YouTube Live. I sincerely appreciate that. That's awesome. Everybody clap for Nurse Juliana. Wait, one of these. There we go. Yeah, clap, don't laugh. Very good, Juliana. Awesome.
he's there to attend the medical school. When Nick Shirley shows up, is to start some shit on behalf of the Trump administration. I mean, Nick showed up on National Workers' Day, even though he tried to claim it's National Communists Celebrating the President's Day or whatever. And then he pretended as if he didn't know that they would all be in the streets celebrating on May 1st.
The only problem is,
lots of love in the chat now. I love that.
Tomorrow is May 1st.
Suck it, Scotty Gesso.
And that is essentially their 4th of July here. We're just outside of the hotel we're staying
Love conquers all, Scotty.
At right now. They are going to have a huge march for communism, for the current president. And that's their July 4th parade, essentially.
Just like he coincidentally showed up to all those daycares in Minnesota when he knew it was during the holidays and no one's kids would be there. Nick Shirley is not in any danger. This is
he's like, there's nobody operating this supposed daycare centers. Like, you're past office hours, you dumbass.
Really another attempt for Trump to fill his agenda to overthrow the Cuban government. It's not like he's, a U.S. citizen trying to exercise their right to free speech by criticizing Israel, for example. Then I might actually be worried. But, given that he has nothing to say about that, for someone who's so concerned about free speech, he should be okay. I ain't worried about him.
Me and you both, Nico.
Now to a confrontation between the president of Cornell University and some students. The students say he hit them with his vehicle after a debate over the war in Gaza, but the president says he was the victim. Let's bring in ABC's investigative reporter, Olivia Rubin. Olivia, what more are you learning?
No, I'm the victim.
Tonight.
With controversy tonight after that altercation between the president of Cornell University and a group
They threw their bodies at my car.
of students, which unfolded in a campus parking lot after that debate on the war in Gaza. You see the moment.
Saeed, I knew it. You're right there with me. I stole your comment, though, okay? You got to be a little quicker there, okay? I'm a quick draw, Saeed.
Right there in this video given to ABC by the student group. They say they approached the Cornell president, Michael Kotlikoff, in the hallway to ask about free speech on campus and walked with him to his car. Then they say he, quote, just immediately started reversing into us. But Kotlikoff...
I think also, just to add to that, Nurse Juliana, I think Nick loves shekels as much as he hates brown people.
Telling a very different story, saying the group accosted him in the hallway, followed him across...
It's like you wake up one day and you have a body and you have a life, and it's like, okay, who we hating? Who's got the money? Oh, okay, you got the money? All right, who do we have to hate? Okay, I'll say that. All right, great. Let me cash that check.
Campus, and then started, quote, banging on the windows, blocking the car, and shouting. Kotlikoff saying he waited until he saw space behind the car and then was able to slowly maneuver out. And tonight, Whit, so far, no response from Cornell when we asked if they're now formally investigating. Whit.
Olivia Rubin, our thanks to you tonight.
That was the Cornell president, Michael Kotlikoff. Owitz, Enheimer, Steen, Blatt. Hitting two students with his car after they approached him to discuss repression of free speech on campus. That's appropriate. Yeah, why have an open dialogue with the students that you shepherd at this university? Let's just ram them with my car. Did you know that a Palestinian man is responsible for designing some of the world's most iconic symbols, the no smoking sign, the male-female bathroom sign, and so much more? Today marks the launch of the trailer to make this film a reality.
The Department of Transportation is coming up with signs that don't need an interpretation. This you see all over the world now.
The first presidential awards for design excellence.
Mr. Roger Cook, designer.
Roger.
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 Raji. Raji. The envelope, which is still a symbol for...
Whoa, Lolo. That's harsh words. That's an American institution.
Email.
No smoking, of course.
The drinking fountain.
There's the telephone.
I always like the no smoking one.
I kind of love this one here.
We designed the men's room symbol, ladies' room symbol, no smoking, arrivals, departures, 74 of those symbols. They were designed by a Palestinian American.
He was an ordained deacon in the church. So he eventually approached me with, have you ever thought about traveling to the Middle East, learning something about the plight of the Palestinian people?
Roger went with a group of people from his church, a group of Presbyterian ministers.
I came from America, seeing what was happening.
That's a good point.
I could not understand. I was so disturbed. As I was getting on the bus, leaving Gaza, I was trying to figure out, what could I do?
He built these assemblages, and he would travel to Chicago, to Texas, to any museum, and would show them wherever anybody would let him.
The show that is opening tomorrow, which is called Made in Palestine.
I go to flea markets, I find things to help tell the story about collective punishment, the demolition of homes.
That was his avocation for the last, I'd say, 20 years of his life.
You have to be able to speak up for your people.
Raji, he was a symbolist.
You hear that, DJ Khaled?
Making sculptures that tell the story of Palestine.
Why 90 venues refusing after Houston?
I think it's just objected to the idea of a show that was called Made in Palestine.
There was no museum that wanted to touch it.
One piece specifically mentions how many children were killed on both sides. And the number of Palestinian children has just skyrocketed in the last 10 months.
People ask me, what would your father think that's going on now? And people are starting to get it now. People are talking about it.
And just for us to even gain awareness of it, just for us to start even talking about it, myself included, think about how many Palestinians had to pay for that in blood just to get the attention of the world. It's like the head of the Hamas Politburo at one point after Operation Cast Lead in 2009, Khalid Mashal, said, "Our little homemade rockets are our cries of protest to the world." Wow, Chris Smalls got arrested at the Met Gala? This is what I want to see. I mean, I don't want to see him get arrested, but I want to see some antagonism at this Zionist party. Establish the perimeter. Everybody stop. Stop filming. Damn, I wonder what that's about. I want to hear from Chris Smalls now.
I pledge allegiance to Luigi Mangione. When we overthrow the billionaires, we gotta free the homie. They scripted a movie that's darker than LA. This wealth for wealth's sake has opened up Hell's Gate for the 99% in America, to Venezuela, to Palestine. The rich people bomb us from the sky if we step out of line. I'm here to speak about it before we're out of time. Oh fuck.
Thugbone, antagonize and chill. Just say when.
We're out of time. Kevin Roberts, look him up. The Rothschilds, look him up. They're still here no matter who you vote for. That ain't good enough. Other countries hang a corporate thief. Here they get a pardon. Our enemies are Raytheon, Boeing, and Lockheed Martin. They need to all catch turbulence. They can't track us down without Amazon Web Services. They'll kill us all and CNN won't mention it. Just like they ignored the genocide of Palestine.
Don't watch this one? Okay, well now I have to click on it. What the? What the?
That was
weird.
weird.
Was that?
Almost like,
I think that's he was communicating to the Israelis. That was their language. He was speaking in tongues, fork tongue.
Hey, yo, what? What is he doing?
Looks like he's about to pass out, too.
Possession of marijuana, life without parole. You got caught with crack, 6 years jail time. You got caught with coke, that's 6 months jail time. Dad! You S.A.'d an unconscious woman who was passed out by a dumpster? Well, you seem like a good kid, 3 months. You made millions of dollars from insider trading? Get ready for some community service. What's that? You misplaced $51 billion of taxpayer money? Hey, we're not all perfect. Next, you collapsed the global economy and wiped out trillions in wealth? Well, as punishment, we're gonna bail you out.
Good video.
Go!
Oh my God, why? Who is this lady and why is she a Zionist? I love videos like this with no context. And the context that we do have is in French. And Thugbone is the one that posted this. Thugbone, what is going on here? Une femme et son mari... Oh, Zionista, see? I knew it. Blocks some road, maybe. Frappuccino and saltino, un couple por un simple autocalonta. Okay. Yeah, translate it for us, Thugbone. What are we seeing here? Auto translate in Twitter? Come on, man. Don't you know I'm old? I don't know how to do that. And this isn't on Twitter, it's on Discord.
But I don't really see Ethiopian Jews owning banks or Mexicans running Hollywood. It's always the white man Jew. In America, I think the people with the most power are establishment white men who've been rich for a while, whose parents were rich. I think those are the people who are kind of like affecting the lower classes the most. I think there's a lot of bad evangelical Christians in America too that have a lot of money too, and I think that people forget about that.
Those are the people that support Israel.
Yes. Okay, I'm kind of over this. Can I go now?
It's always the Ashkenazi Jews. There's a very narrow definition of the chosen race of Jewish people. It doesn't include all Jews, as we know. It's a very narrow definition. Who is Michael Aquino? Let's find out.
The strangest part isn't Charlie Kirk. The strangest part isn't even TPUSA. The strangest part is the lineage behind it. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino wrote a book called Mind War while stationed at the Presidio in San Francisco. Not a self-help book, not a political rant, a blueprint for psychological warfare, mass persuasion, narrative control, cognitive terrain. And Aquino was also an open Satanist. He never hid it, never denied it.
Well, I mean, just look at those eyebrows.
Aquino and his wife, you are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army.
Correct.
Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
The Army has known about my religion for the entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. And there was a reasonable amount of curiosity, as there has been all the way along, with what exactly is this strange and unusual thing. And I've talked about it in much the same way that I've talked here today on your show about it. And other than that, the Army has paid great...
What is that haircut, man? What is that? Did he get that spray painted?
little attention to it.
So you just go about your Army duties and it's fine and okay?
Now here's the part people skip past.
I didn't realize his eyebrows could get any worse.
Aquino didn't write Mind War alone. His collaborative with retired Major General Paul E. Vallely. Fast forward. Vallely sits on the board at Turning Point USA. So take a step back. Strip away the merch, the slogans, the crowd noise. What is TPUSA actually doing? It's not just debating ideas. It's persuasion at scale, changing minds, moving groups, steering perception. And when the same people tied to a psychological warfare playbook are embedded inside a movement built to shape mass belief, coincidence stops being a useful explanation. This isn't about symbols. This is about methods. Because Mind War doesn't care what flag you wave. It only cares that you don't notice you're waving it.
To me, I think he was a very high-ranking, powerful guy. Like I said, he was high up in the military, but it seems like he was running all these dark programs, like almost all these satanic panics, allegedly, where kids were being molested and abused. His name comes up. And it was
Chapter 1 of his Mind War says psychohistory. Oh, that's charming. That branch of mathematics which deals with the reactions of human conglomerates to fixed social and economic stimuli. This seems like a word salad. Implicit in this definition is the assumption that the human conglomerate being dealt with is sufficiently large for valid statistical treatment. A further necessary assumption is that the human conglomerate be itself unaware of psychohistorical analysis in order that its reactions be truly random. What the fuck did I just read?
also alleged he was involved in Project Monarch, which is after MK Ultra ended, which MK Ultra is 100% proven.
I am craving a salad, Saeed. Would you mind tossing me one?
Found the financial records where they were like torturing, abusing, raping people for mind control. It was mind control operations. And it believed he was also, it appears to me and lots of other people, that Aquino was also tied into this.
The strangest part...
Weird. See this post. It says, New York rabbi when reporting his death, New York City dad when reporting his crimes. He was hunting teens. This is New York Post. Apparently a New York rabbi found dismembered, stuffed in closet after being K'd by a Colombian gang. NYC dad found murdered in Colombia was looking for a new bride after his marriage to teenager failed. That's charming. What a great story. I mean, what do you say to that?
At times I feel,
oh my
why
Lord.
am I needed? There's so many others besides for me. At times I feel, why am I needed? There's so many others besides for me. Hashem needs every yid, every yid, every yid. Hashem needs every yid, every yid. Hashem needs every yid, every yid, every yid. Hashem needs every yid, every yid. At times I feel, why am I needed? There's so many others besides for me. At times I feel, why am I needed? There's so many others besides for me. Hashem needs every yid, every yid, every yid. Hashem needs every yid, every yid.
Every what?
Hashem needs every yid, every yid, every yid. Hashem needs every yid,
Hashem needs every yid?
every yid.
Oh my all the kids have like Calvin Klein, Gap shirts. What is Yeed? Is that like a Jewish kid or something?
At times I feel, why am I needed? There's so many.
I know. I thought he said Yeet for the longest time. Would Saeed suffice?
Others besides for me. At times I feel, why am I needed? There's so many others besides for me. Der I besteht auf jeden Yeed, jeden Yeed, jeden Yeed. Der I besteht auf jeden Yeed, jeden Yeed. Der I besteht auf jeden Yeed, jeden Yeed, jeden Yeed. Der I besteht auf jeden Yeed, jeden Yeed.
What are they doing on paddle boats? So God needs every Jew. Is that what it's translated? We need Saeed. We need Saeed. We. La, 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 la. If you send me a super chat, I will end this song immediately. But if no super chats, we're watching the whole thing. Never mind that you could just switch the channel, of course. Oh, look, they had a few chickens there. You saw that? There's the chickens. R.I.P. chickens. We know what happens to you.
Sometimes I feel, why am I needed? There's so many others.
You would do the same thing if you could. Thank you, Squish, for the 69 bits. Fortunately, that's not enough to stop the song.
For me, sometimes I feel, why am I needed? There's so many others.
Glenn Beck also says that. He says, sometimes I wonder, why am I needed? Why was I born? And he, please stop. All right, because Phoenix Blue super chatted us. That's it. We don't have to. Thank you, Baloney. Yeah, he doesn't really explain much about why they need every Yid. Why do you need every Yid? Why does Hashem need every Yid? No more Yehudi music from Daddy's Little Wet Wet. Okay, Daddy. Okay, Daddy. Your wish is my command. 22 minutes, but just play the first 15 minutes or speed it up. Okay. All right, Jess. Thank you. Any other advice you'd like to give me? Asshole.
Until now, everyone is still silent regarding what's happening here in South Lebanon. This devastation that is aiming to change the
Thank you, JFK. The hurt is over. You can now uncover your ears.
Identity of this area. This is what they are aiming. This is what they are dreaming about. But of course, the resilience of the people and the will, the strong will of the people here are insisting on staying here.
Yep. It's like I just learned. If I just play shitty music and then tell you guys I'll stop it if you pay me.
On rebuilding.
It's a new thing.
Even now, the war is continuing, but people are still removing the rubble and trying to open the road and prepare the area to be hopeful.
It's not like that. It really isn't.
The rubble removed and the area rebuilt.
Ears are still ringing, huh? No, this is not a gaming channel. Although sometimes on the weekends I do have a wild hair and I do play some video games. But this is a geopolitical stream. Okay?
I'm Hadi Htait reporting for Free Palestine TV from the city of Tyre in South Lebanon. Today we came here to do a tour in South Lebanon from Tyre region towards Nabatiya region. We will also be trying to check other locations in South Lebanon after the massive bombing campaign that happened yesterday.
Holy moly! a big-time gifter anonymously. Thank you so much. Who could that be? It's our nightly saint. Rathbone needs every Saeed. Oh, no, sorry, that was cringe. Thank you, Saeed. Who could it be now? Who are you, Anonymous? He's the best, isn't he? Everybody pet Saeed. Just pet his balding head. Rub his slightly protruding belly. Tell him he's a good boy. Thank you so much, Saeed.
Zionist enemy and targeted.
I think Azan is asking for no more Yahudis. That's a new little slur I just learned on this stream. Thank you for that. Yahudis. I'm going to definitely start dropping that in casual conversations. Definitely.
Entire South Lebanon with massive strikes. That
yeah, I think that donation is generous enough to where we're good. We're good. No more Yahudi music.
Many casualties.
We have a Yehudi band.
And a lot of destruction. Before I continue with this report, if you like to support our work, go to our website, Free Palestine.
You know, that's a fair bit of advice there, Wholesome Knave. Develop the channel to have reading nights, intellectual discourse night, gaming night, etc. That's a good idea. I just, you know, I'm trying to do different things, but I feel like sometimes I should just be sticking to the thing that people know me for, I guess. So I try not to change it up on people, because people, then, you know, you get chatters and you're like, oh, I thought this was a gaming stream. But I do like the idea of maybe having a more set schedule about what to cover, you know. But I'm also kind of just more spontaneous.
Signed that video, consider donating and subscribing.
The people want the slop.
To our social media channels and accounts to help us reach more audience. We came here to Tyre today to start.
Sounds like you got your priorities straight, Jeffrey Epstein Yahoo. Okay, we got a hype train. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Next stop, Wankersville. All aboard.
Our tour this beautiful city that is one of the oldest cities in the entire world, actually. This city that represents civilizations who lived here.
I need structure. I don't need structure. What I need is your mother.
More than 3,500 years have been subject to carpet bombing in the last year in 2024, where the Israelis did multiple carpet bombing campaign to the city here and caused massive damage. Even the old monuments and the historical and archaeological sites here were affected by these strikes. In this new phase of escalation that right now we're entering its second month here in Lebanon. The Israelis also did attack Tyre many times and caused massive damage inside the city, and it destroyed many of its beautiful buildings and many of its civilian infrastructure, but also...
Thank you, Denton.
As it happened today when we were...
You know, if you listen to 10 people about what you should do, you're going to get 10 different pieces of advice, so...
me and the FPTV...
I just try to make it, you know, I'm trying to make the streams fun to a certain extent.
Team having a breakfast here in one of the nearby...
I mean, you might not be having fun, but I try to have a little bit of fun.
Still open restaurants. A drone strike targeted a motorcycle right next to the Rest House, the famous hotel and restaurant here on the beach in Tyre. Thankful.
Okay, I'm, you know, empathetic to what's happening in Lebanon, but I want a better video.
I have an interview on NBC tonight. I have an interview on this. What's an opening line I could say?
We saw that already, Jess. It was a funny one, just like we saw this as well. but I think this was shared yesterday, right? Yeah. Eric Kirk, the capitalistic widow, it says. Okay, let's see. Does anybody have any more reposts for us? Let's check it out. Saeed's got a comedy show. A heckler can't handle a joke about Israel. Uh-oh.
I don't know. Hard pivot here. Hard pivot. We cannot kill the president. We are trying so hard to kill that guy. He's like fucking Bugs Bunny this time. Dude, we can't get him in America. That's our whole thing is guns. Get shot by a gun, go fuck yourself. You can't get. That dinner was crazy.
Oop.
Did you watch that dinner? It was awesome. Dude, they're all scrambling. Only person not scrambling is RFK Jr. Just sitting there. Just standing there with the fucking survival instincts of a Kennedy. What's going on? I hear gunshots, but I'm not in a convertible. I should be all right. Did you see that?
The guy laughs at his jokes.
Israeli baseball team? I know. I bet they're really good at stealing home. Okay. Hey,
Oh, excuse me, I have a problem with the joke that you just made. Stop victimizing me.
These jokes, they're not for everyone. What'd you say? I don't accept that. You don't accept that? Oh. Is that right?
Oh, no. Well, anyway. I mean, come on. You're at a comedy show and you're like, I'm offended. You're just making the guy's bit even funnier now.
I don't care. I can think of a lot of people who don't accept that. No, I don't want to get fucking messed up here. I'm wrong, you're right. Please leave me alone. I'm not gonna fucking make a big stink about something I don't give a shit really about. It's a baseball joke. Relax. All right. I was in the hospital recently. An Israeli guy shot me. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, let me relax. Whatever, I don't fucking care. I don't accept that. What a fucking dog shit thing to say. Comedy show.
He's trying to get quick with it. He's like, what should I say to her? What should I say to her? He's thinking, he had to do a cut.
That's kind of funny, right? Anybody dating here? Are you guys together? No. All right. It's like everything that could go wrong in a set goes wrong. It's just one disaster. People are dropping shit. Fucking Zionist in the crowd. Just the worst possible thing. Oh my God. All right. Two friends in the front row. One trying to fuck the other. You should have sat in the second row, brother. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Playful racism from a white guy. Just terrible. Just awful. Let me ask you this. Did you accept the Trump joke? You didn't say anything about the Trump joke.
I was about to.
Oh, you're about to say you don't accept anything.
No, actually, I kept silent because I was reading.
At first they came for Trump and I did nothing. Legendary. Historic. Sorry. I'm a history major, so I kind of feel like I gotta be on the right side of it. But yes, I'm sorry you don't accept the reality of what's going on in the world. I'm really sorry.
Bro, I heard you the first 5 fucking times, okay? We're gonna look at the video. It's okay. You don't have to keep spamming the same comment over and over and over again.
I was gonna say, No, let me share the reality.
Okay. Dude, it's like the country's already ruining the world. You gotta ruin my show too? Fuck. You know what I mean? Just fucking let me talk. I got 2 minutes left. Let me do a joke. You'll like it. There's nothing wrong. It'll be squeaky clean. And then after the show, we can go outside and I can kill myself.
That was funny.
Kill myself. It's fucked up is I'm not even like I didn't want to be a political guy.
Same.
You saw the first 5 minutes about me being fat, my girlfriend growing up broke. But the world is in such fucking shambles right now. Talking about anything else of what's going on feels fucking like dog shit. You know what I mean? Don't clap. All right. It's all right. No, I just picked the one club in the city that books me to do this. You know what I mean? Never get booked here again. Just gonna fucking complain to the manager, call me a fucking anti-Semite. My girlfriend's Jewish. That's not it's not like a good thing to say, but right? It's like the fucking old white guy being racist. But my wife's Korean, like. Well, I can say it. No. All right, I do have to go. I'm sorry I couldn't finish the rest of my jokes. One more joke. No. Let's just, all try to live in peace. Right? All right, I love you.
Okay, all right. That was some stuff in there that was funny. Let's see. Did we see? We saw this already. That's kind of old news. The hidden truth about Met Gala chair Jeff Bezos. There's his. Wait, what? That was his New York penthouse.
What's going on, Jeff? Remember me? The fired Amazon.
No way, that's awesome. They projected Chris Smalls, the Amazon labor union president, the guy who challenged big evil Amazon. They projected him onto Jeff Bezos' penthouse in Manhattan.
Amazon worker that you signed off on the smear campaign, calling me not smart or articulate, but you also said to make me the face of the whole unionizing efforts against Amazon. Amazon is heavily invested in this genocide. They invest $7.2 billion into projects.
This shit's like a movie, man.
Nimbus.
This is like V for Vendetta type shit. Look at this.
Project that is being used to fund, empower the technology being used to surveil and target innocent Palestinians. Also, we all know that Amazon has ties to ICE. They are powering ICE devices. Now you're going to have the Met Gala where you're going to be surrounded by all these elites and billionaires and A-listers when you have poverty right outside on the streets. We got to remind ourselves that it's more of us than there is of them. And when we fight back every time, we win. Billionaires shouldn't exist. Billionaires, they got to go.
Boycott the Bezos Met Gala. And this motherfucker got arrested at the Met Gala. We got to find out more about that story. That was based.
Is that Palestine's tattoo you have? You're from Palestine?
Yeah, we saw that already. I know this is too long, so then why did you share it? You knew what the rules were and you decided to break them anyway? What is going on? Alien Wrench, you're fired. That's it, it's over. This, whatever we were before this, it's done.
But
I don't understand. If you're going to be a capitalist, if you're going to be a materialist, which they clearly were, in this big giant house, you should be able to buy whatever fucking car you want. If you're really going to bust your ass and work 12 hours a day, I'm not saying there's any great...
Bust your ass and work 12 hours a day. That must mean that you deserve billions of dollars, even though the billionaires don't work. And certainly don't work 12 hours a day. I mean, there's a video of Jeff Bezos admitting this, you know. He was asked, like, what's your role as, like, a senior executive? And he's like, well, you know, I wake up, I have my piddling time. It's very important to me. And he's like, think about it. As a CEO, you're really not trying to do a lot. You're just there to make, like, 1 or 2 high-quality decisions per day, which is to say, you don't do really anything, do you? You're outlining the fact that you have a lot of free time while your employees are pissing in bottles because they're being timed on their bathroom breaks, or else they're going to get a cut in their pay. It's just crazy.
Honor or nobility and buying a Ferrari. Yeah. But if you really want a Ferrari and you've got a lot of money, buy a fucking Ferrari. Who gives a shit?
That reminds me. Best moment.
Yeah, who gives a shit? That's right. You know, buy a Ferrari. Buying the national power grid? It's a different story. Buying all the agricultural land? Privatizing healthcare for everyone? Owning the railroads? It's a lot different, right? I mean, he's trying to make a pro-capitalist argument, but he's really making a pro-socialist argument. Consumer habits are not, I feel like that's not the issue here. I forgot what that's from, but it really isn't. He's talking about personal property. He's not talking about private property.
Into Peter Joseph interview because I'm doing a debate with him on Monday because we have some slightly different ideas about how the future should go, and we have a debate. And so I listened to your show with him, which is really enjoyable, and I loved the bit when he said, they could make better cars, like the Ferrari, they could make that better, and you're like, no. They absolutely could not make that car any better than it is. And if you came up with something like that, was like, I mean, that's the pinnacle of human engineering.
You better shut the fuck up.
Yeah, unless you're going to have like an angel's wings as wheels, that you cannot improve that car. That's about as good as you can get.
That's that sort of silly socialist ideology where you don't get your facts out before you start blabbing. You can't say they can make a better Porsche. No, they fucking race the 24 hours of Le Mans. They compete against the best cars in the world. They brilliantly engineer these vehicles.
Yeah, and all those people are laborers. They're all workers. And workers champion a working class ideology, and a working class ideology is socialism. No capitalist innovated the Ferrari or the Porsche.
Well, the upgrade from the Porsche is the fucking teleporter in Star Trek.
Yeah.
There's no better way to get around than that, right?
When people talk to me like that, like they can make a better car, no, they cannot. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about.
You can't make a better car than a Ferrari, therefore capitalism, great.
You don't know the history of what you're saying.
That's just a talking point for socialism. It's, yes, workers innovate. Workers create cars. Workers made the Ferrari.
What you're doing is saying something that goes along with your ideology. You would like it to be true because it would make you more brilliant. It would make your points.
But if you have to bend facts to reach your theories, that ain't so brilliant, right?
Yeah,
You've got to be a slave to the facts, right?
He's got a great thing going on. He's got a really interesting thing going on, but it's very culty. There's a lot of cultiness to that, and it's also, it all falls out the window when you realize that he's a stockbroker.
He was for quite some time.
I still have no idea who that guy is. Peter Joseph. No idea. This guy, Alien Wrench, loves talking about Peter Joseph. Nobody's ever heard of him. Except for Joe Rogan in 2013. I'm going to tell Alien Wrench, if you show me another video with Peter Joseph or about Peter Joseph, you're banned. Okay? Now, this is the kind of content I signed up for.
Stupid, selele money. Stupid, go yim, look at my money.
I feel like the reason all these artists are canceling their tours, Meghan Trainor, Post Malone, etc., it's not because their music sucks. People will watch anything. It's the same reason why movie theaters are dying. It's the same reason why no one's having any kids. It's the same reason why no one will ever have a house. And it's because no one has any fucking money. Did we just forget that? Why is there always some think piece about, oh, why doesn't Gen Z want to do this? Why is Gen Z killing this industry?
This is I love this guy's energy.
People want to have lives, they just can't, because they don't have any fucking money.
It's fucking maddening.
You think we want to live like this? You think we want to own nothing, and all we have is maybe a little subscription here and there, and eat like shit? No! That's all we can do! You just strangle us our whole lives, and you're like, why aren't you breathing? Why don't you want to breathe? What? You're doing this! You're charging more and more for everything, but you're not paying more! This whole country is a couple greedy billionaires saying, give me more! But it's not enough, because it'll never be enough! They want you to love them, too. Oh, look, I'm at the Met Gala. Aren't I cool? Fuck you! You're the reason that we're in this shit! You're the reason that we can't go to concerts, and we can't go out, and we can't start a family, and we can't own a home. But thank fucking God that we get to see you in a shitty dress and your bald ass head on the red carpet. So excuse me for not paying $300 to go see Meghan Trainor. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's a great performer. But I'm not gonna see it because I fucking can't! And I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, if only I could go to that Meghan Trainor concert, then I would love capitalism.
I feel like the reason all these artists are canceling.
That was a great video. Thank you for sharing that. Now you see Alien Wrench. That's how it's supposed to be done. Gato Surfer, point in your favor. Alien Wrench, you're toast. I'm your friend, Thugbone. All of you are my friends, by the way. We're all friends. That video is a little too intense for my taste, okay? Susie. Okay. Susie, thank you for the super chat, and I wish there was more to say about what you had to say, but you just said okay, and that's agreeable with me. Parasocial maxing. That's right. That's what we're into. That's exactly it.
Self to be negatively polarized.
Oh, not bad, Empanada. I don't like his academic videos.
Hey everyone, I am a one-man.
GDF. It's just, I'm gonna pass. I like GDF. It's a lot of explainer like style. I just don't have the patience for it, okay? It's not my cup of tea, but somebody will drink it, and I fully support that, okay? It's just not for me. And I've watched all of their content for years, so don't tell me I didn't give it a chance. Yes, my ADHD is getting worse.
Our economy is based on consumption.
And you're one to talk, Saeed. By the way. As if you don't have ADD. When I start reading stuff on the stream, Saeed's like, all right, see you guys later. Checking out. Too many words. Thanks a bunch.
And advertising is the arm of creating artificial demand.
iPhone 4S.
And without that arm, you wouldn't have people aspiring to things that are highly irrational. When advertising presents something to the community that seems to be something that some people want, it spreads like a virus and then everybody wants it because it's an issue of social impact.
I'm not toast, says Alien Wrench. I'm a human being, goddamned. Goddamned. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to insult you, but your name is literally Alien, and now you're professing to be a human being. Which one is it? Who will the real Alien Wrench stand up, please? Who are you? Why not call yourself Human Being Wrench? Do we need to start a movement? Am I, what's the word? Is it undeserving? My criticism of your links? Do we need to start a movement called Free Alien Wrench on the stream? All right, you've got one chance to redeem yourself. Let's have it not suck, because it sucks to suck.
Illusion, because that's how we identify. We identify and define ourselves by how others see us and how we are included.
What the hell does that mean, camarade? Oh, so I have to like every bad empanada video, or else I'm not a true comrade?
Included in the group, which is a part of our biology. So it manipulates our most primal sense of humanity in order to sell things. If you didn't have that arm, in our consumption-based society since the Industrial Revolution, the economy would collapse. That's a very unique point to make, because when you first start an economy of this nature, like in the agrarian society, you're meeting demand, right? That's the point, and that makes sense. But at some point, this had to change, because when you have such a highly efficient, productive society that we have now, at least in the technical sense of what we can create, you have to have demand created now.
That's true, Saeed, but double XL is the biggest.
That's basically one of the central flaws of market economics or capitalism that has come to fruition today. Not only destroying human psychology, but destroying the environment simultaneously, because you have an insatiable culture that's been literally generated.
Oh, Lolo McLefty with a burn. I like it. Just like your mom.
And then progress, of course, being defined by what we produce.
Your mama got a fat booty. Did you know that?
The more you buy, the more you own.
That shit is thick.
That must be progress now.
Now I know why you so big.
It's a kind of cultural violence. The more people promote consumeristic values, the more they want more and more this and that. The more they flaunt that phenomenon, the more they create cultural violence.
Mama got a big old butt.
Because if you create a society that thrives in this type of self-identification, you're basically also promoting not only the...
I totally, I checked out. Alien Wrench, you're fired. Again.
They're laughing at us.
Yes, they are.
Laughing all the way to the bank, literally. But there's one thing...
They don't even have to go to the bank. They're already in the bank.
They do need, aside from our consent, more than anything else, and I'll quote a Rothschild who said, and I might have said it earlier, but let me say it here again. Give me control of a nation's money supply, and I care not who makes its laws. They don't care what you think. In fact, they
because he who has the gold writes the laws. Isn't that the whole famous edict passed down from age to age?
Laugh at all of you. They're laughing at us, laughing all the way to the bank.
This guy is so based, and he was so based in this clip we're about to watch, because Ken O'Keefe was on the Mavi Marmara. We know that already. If you don't know, you could look it up.
In fact, if we look at the policies of the United States, in particular the invasion of Iraq, where this gentleman keeps saying that he was against it, the real reason for the invasion of Iraq was twofold. One, to get rid of Saddam Hussein.
Google my name, bitch.
It is an absolute fact that Israel wanted Saddam Hussein gone. Target number one. That was the main objective of the invasion of Iraq. So don't tell me that was a failure. And the secondary purpose of invading Iraq was to split it up, to balkanize it, so that it would be fractured and weakened, so that the Greater Israel Project can be carried forward. As we see right now in Syria, The Israelis are now starting to annex land in the Golan Heights, and they want to push further beyond the border of the Golan Heights land, which they stole in 1967 and occupied ever since.
Yup. Facts. We talk about that. Dude, you're still going on about Peter Joseph. He's playing in our faces. Chat. Alien Wrench. This guy, I swear. How do we... This is psychological warfare, okay? This is not over. Finally, finally something good we can watch.
I haven't seen the videos, but the Nimitz is acknowledged to have been hit and is headed for home, they say. I have no doubt at all that hundreds of American personnel have been killed and that thousands have been wounded. I've seen the satellite pictures of what happened to all these American bases in the region. They were, each and every one of them, completely destroyed. Now, I knew this at least 2 or 3 weeks before CNN knew it, or at least CNN told everybody else about it, as they have now done. CNN has now acknowledged the extraordinary levels of damage and the cost in materiel, radars, and other sophisticated equipment.
If you mention his name again, I'm going to slap your balls.
Costing hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's thought that the U.S. financial losses are in excess of $1.5 billion. Their human resource losses, I have no doubt that they are concealing. And if there is a broader, more general conflagration, then they'll, as it were, forgive me putting it this way, toss these dead bodies into a general figure of people that will be lost in an all-out war. I've got no doubt about that. I've got no doubt that the American media will tell us about that, because if I know it, they surely know it. Well, I haven't...
Yep, Project Freedom was paused. We know that. That's what we talked about on the start of the stream. Oh, somebody shared... Who is that? Comrade Batty? Who's she with? Looks like some loser. All denim? Like, what is that about? A jean jacket? Yeah, the 80s called. He's still going at it, this little cocksucker. I hate you. In fact, you are now... You brought this upon yourself, okay? Can we time this guy? He needs to learn his lesson. How do we do this? How do we put this guy on notice? Wait till I find out how to do something about it. I swear, you send like 20 or 30 more Peter Joseph links and I'm going to get upset. And I'm going to do something. And you're not going to like it. I might write him a strongly worded email, in fact. And I'll say, this is not allowed. Put him in the corner. Something's got to give. It's the lack of respect, really, that really gets me, okay? Okay, all right, fine, Saeed. Since you asked, I'll give him 100 more chances. En el clip, el mandatario destaca las reformas de su gobierno y la baja en la inflación, entre otros logros. In this clip, a mandatory despacito reforms the world and the short of the inflation entry other logros. What is that? Eyeballs, I think. So that's my translation of Spanish.
In church, I would
Why is it this thing never the F button never works?
get really excited. You know, they have like a screen up and it would be like a picture of Palestine and I'd be really excited. I'm like, oh my God, that's my place. And they would say stuff about Israel and the end times and how like all of my family is gonna die because they don't support Israel. And I would go up to these people after church and I'd be like, but my family's under occupation. Of course they don't support Israel. And he's like, sorry, they're gonna die. And
Guys, I just want you all to know that Matrix Invader is eating tuna fish right now.
just like we're
Do with that information whatever you will.
so casual about the murder of Christians in the Holy Land. In church, I would get really
Xi Jinping's heartfelt message to China's youth. A tuna killer. Maybe he's a cat, yeah.
这是一个英雄辈出的时代。
Yeah, we need to see pics of the tuna or else this never happened.
你们这个年纪正当其时。
I mean, you're eating tuna fish right now? It just seems a little far-fetched. I don't know. I'm gonna need to see some evidence. I just don't like these videos. I don't like anything that you've been sharing with me, and that's upsetting. And then this guy, he just can't stop sharing these weird AI videos. Like, I don't want to be known for this.
Excite me. Shlomo, this is crazy. Let me taste you. Oh, Shlomo!
No. No. This is another ban. This guy, he's done for. He's toast. I deleted it. See, look, he keeps, this is all this guy's posting. You're making a mockery of this stream, of the Discord. It's a personal affront to me. And I'm not going to stand for this. I really am not. I am offended. And because I'm offended, that makes me a victim here, and that makes you the aggressor. What else can we say? What else can we see? Let's see, I do have this war update. Trump again shifts U.S. focus on trade, just for those of you that are just joining us. Top of the hour. Live updates for you. Trump again shifts U.S. focus on straight pausing day-old escort mission. Because he was sending Melania, I guess. I love that joke anytime they talk about escorts. The president made the announcement in a social media post just hours after Secretary of State Marco Rubio had affirmed the newly created mission, which bore little connection to the original justification for war. I'm yeah, I'm not so sure that the original justification for the war even comported with the actual operation of the first justification of the war. So President Trump announced on Tuesday evening that he was pausing the day-old U.S. operation to escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz for a short period of time, citing what he said was great progress toward an agreement with Iran. Yeah, and you know what the progress was? The progress was that Pakistan asked nicely. In other words, they're not even talking to Iran. In fact, there's this funny clip of Donald Trump admitting, well, he's admitting that Iran claims that they're not talking to him, but they're definitely talking to him. And he's coping about it. He's telling the reporters, I've had great discussions with the Iranian leaders, and then I get off the phone, and then I see that they're saying that they haven't been talking to me, and I get upset by that because I have been talking to them, and it's been going really well. I can't remember where I saw that clip. I should find it. You can't make this shit up. But he also says, well, we don't know who we're talking to. They don't even know who they're talking to. They don't even know who's leading the country. President Trump announced on Tuesday evening that the U.S. was pausing for a short period of time. Let's see if there's anything new here. Project Freedom was based on the request of Pakistan, see? And other countries, but mainly Pakistan. Only one mentioned by name. As well as the tremendous military success and great progress toward an agreement. He said the U.S. blockade on Iran would remain in full force in effect, and that the pause was to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. It's just all bluster from this bloviating presitard who is just full of hot air and spectacle and theater. And I saw Larry Johnson. Yeah, actually, let's see. I think he says it on here. Talking about how May 7th, from his sources, he believes that May 7th, which is in 2 days, the war will kick off. And it'll be, like, in other words, on May 7th, the United States, the Pentagon, the military chain of command, they've all decided that, as we know, all the targets have already been handpicked. They know exactly what they're going to do. But the date that has been set is May 7th for this new round of escalations. Anyway, let's play this a little bit. This is from earlier today.
For the double and by Friday triple duty this week. Everybody's betting on your shirts, as you know. Is President Trump still counting on negotiations to end the war or / stalemate or whatever you want to call it in Iran?
No. The word I'm getting out of the United Arab Emirates, and this is from someone who is in a position to know, who has good contacts in the government, that they've been told by U.S. sources that the attack will come on 7 May against Iran. So all of what we're witnessing right now, the political theater that's taking place at the White House, the pretense where Marco Rubio's out saying, "Oh, we're all about defense. We're not offense," forgetting the fact that they launched a surprise attack on Iran on the 28th of February. Completely unjustified, completely illegal. But now they're wanting to take the attitude that, it's Iran that's doing the illegal thing. And, here's Marco Rubio, who should know better, but he ignorantly claims that this is an international waterway. It is not. It is 12 miles out. It was a nation's limits. And that 12 miles stretches right into the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. Oman has the other half. So it is not, that area is actually not international waters. It's not covered by international law.
Whose side is Oman on in this?
Iran. Iran and Oman are working now closely together on this, and so they've been coordinating. Remember, Oman tried to play a mediator. It was Oman who got betrayed by the United States. They had just held what the Oman thought was productive meetings on the 26th, And then they came went to Washington for a meeting, and then came out thinking, oh boy, we're going to be in business on March 2nd. We're going to be talking peace. And it was the next day that the United States launched the attack on Iran. So this is
the president chose Marco Rubio to make his daily statement from the press room, and he was up there just.
And apparently, Steve Witkoff, like Jared Kushner, from what I understand, has been replaced as their negotiating team, and Steve Witkoff handpicked somebody from an organization called the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy, which is the successor to AIPAC. We should probably dig in more to that. But yeah, this is this other political action lobby group. And remember, we were talking about this too, because, there's such a spotlight has been shined on AIPAC the past few years. And, a lot of political candidates are now saying, well, I'm not funded by AIPAC. And we're supposed to say, oh, let's seal clap because they're not funded by AIPAC. But remember, these are the people that are in power, and they control every aspect of so much of our government, our financial institutions, our military, the whole thing. And they will just fund another group. They'll create another, little cutout that they can lobby the government with. And I think that the FDD is now the new big swinging chode on the block of political action in the United States.
At the screens outside my office.
Sorry, it was shown. You're right. I said shined. I knew that was wrong in my head, and I had a brain fart, okay? I'm sorry. I just had a little brain. Sorry. That actually was real. But it was also like a little metaphorical too. Sorry about that.
Was here. He was up there for about 90
death to the FDD
minutes, I'm sure, enjoying all of it. Where's J.D. Vance these days? Is he still arguing against more war?
Yeah, I would assume that he is, but he's probably getting the mushroom treatment, keep him in the dark and covered with manure. So it is, I see why they trotted Rubio out, because he's, quote, Secretary of State, although he's not been involved with any of the negotiations to try to bring an end to this. And they're using him for cover. They're going to great lengths to insist that, Operation Epic Fury, that ended at the 60-day mark. That is done. No more Epic Fury for us. But now we're talking about Project Freedom. And we're going to go to the United Nations and ask the United Nations to condemn Iran. Now, none of this would have happened if the United States had not, and with Israel, carried out an unjust, illegal, surprise attack on Iran that killed its top political leadership and killed 168 young ladies. And the Iranian people are justifiably outraged. They keep pushing this mythology that they're radical clerics. You know what? The version of
Operation concept of a project of a pathway to a plan for freedom.
Islam that is practiced in Iran is far more moderate compared to that which is carried out by our Saudi allies, the Sunnis, with the Islamists that are radical, that have carried out 80% of the terrorist attacks over the last 30 years. That's not Iran, that's Saudi Arabia. But yet we overlook Saudi Arabia because they're our ally.
Right.
This thing is so sick and twisted. It ought to outrage people.
What will happen on May 7th? Will it be all jets and bombs and missiles, or will it be ground troops?
It might be ground troops. I wouldn't put it past them to be that foolish. The military leadership has advised against it, but we can't rule out that one of the things that
the fact that we know that May 7th is the date that's going to be set, it's not a secret. If we know, the Iranians know, the world governments know. It'll be interesting to see. I implore you to mark your calendars. May 7th. Are we going to see an escalation? Are we going to see a ground invasion? It could very well happen. Let's see. It's May 7th would be tomorrow's Wednesday, so on Thursday.
Ferried over,
or is it going to be Taco Thursday? I guess we'll find out.
The C-17s and the C-5s that have been flying in are helicopters, pave hawks, to insert some either special operations forces on Karg Island and or Keshem.
Deal. It's a date.
Island. But, if they do that, it'll be a suicide mission for those forces. They won't have protection, and the Iranians will bombard them with drones and short-range ballistic missiles, and it'll be an untenable situation. So, but still, the only primary means of attack the United States have is still air power.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
We can't put our ships in within the 200-mile range, otherwise they're going to get attacked. They'll be sunk. And so
is there still no Army or Marine general there with sufficient combat experience to command troops on the ground? I mean,
the password is penis.
Would an admiral be sending in special forces?
Yeah. An admiral could. See, this is
the secret password is penis.
The command structure right now as it exists, you've got the Joint Forces Commander. That is Admiral Brad Cooper.
Oh, man, I totally just highlighted the wrong comment. Probably wondering why I was saying that.
He is.
The password is foreskin.
The Central Command Commander. But for this particular operation for Epic Fury, and I'm presuming now for Project Freedom, it will be...
That's right. I knew that was from somewhere. Porno password. Yeah, the cable guy. That's right. That's right. Jim Carrey was my childhood hero.
You've got him as Joint Forces Commander. Then you have the Combined Forces Aviation Component Commander, which is an Air Force general.
That's right. It's not penis. It's weenus, comrade. Weenus. Us. We, us, weenus. Get it? Okay.
Combined Forces
communist humor there for you.
Maritime Component Commander.
Another
which
admiral.
Is an admiral. So far, to my knowledge, they have not selected a Combined Forces Ground Component Commander. And they're not going to conduct any kind of major ground operation unless they have selected someone who would be either an Army or Marine general. Because Air Force guys, they're great at flying planes. They don't know anything about...
Are you paying attention? He's talking about how I don't quite know if it's Central Command or if it's the Joint Chiefs of Staff or whatever, but for this operation, they haven't appointed a ground, what's the word? A ground officer. And maybe some of you can help me out with the lingo. But I think he's just speaking to the implausibility of it.
The land operations, and most admirals don't really know about land operations. The SEAL community, they're good at raids, but in terms of anything larger than that, no. So we don't really have a ground forces option either. It's not to say they're not going to try it. They may try something that crazy.
What are they going to target with missiles and bombs? I mean, the last time the president spoke about this was when he made his wild claim about destroying bridges and power plants.
Yeah. They'll target nuclear power plants. They'll target other power plants that are producing electricity via coal or
well, that'd be a war crime if they target civilian electricity. Not that they care, but
they don't care. You know, killing civilians is their thing. That's why they back the Israelis so ardently. There will be significant civilian infrastructure will be attacked. Iran's going to respond in kind. Iran has already they've got the targets set up and ready to go. They've avoided what they have done in the last now 48 hours, they've launched 2 attacks on targets inside the United Arab Emirates. That was provoked by the United Arab Emirates outwardly coming out in full embrace and endorsement of Israel. They accepted Israeli Iron Dome, one Iron Dome missile defense system. Apparently, it didn't work. It was their one major oil port, which is on the Gulf of Oman, was hit yesterday with an Iranian, I don't know if it was missile or drone, but it sure put up a big explosion, set the place on fire. And if the Iron Dome was used there, it failed. So, but the United Arab Emirates have become very open in their support for Israel and the United States. And it goes to point that MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, this guy is in the Epstein files. This guy was having.
Wait a minute, who is that?
President of UAE, I believe.
It's Mohammed.
He's the
bin
president.
Salman?
The president of the MBZ they call him. He's the president of the UAE. He's in the Epstein files as one of the perpetrators.
Yeah.
So that's who we're lining up to side with.
Talking about like young girls as if they're like part of the buffet or something.
A pederast.
Did Mrs. Adelson and her colleagues put pressure on President Trump, or was he going to do this all along?
Oh, no, I'm sure this is in response to pressure he's been getting. It's been unrelenting from the likes, not only Miriam Adelson, the other, Rupert Murdoch, I'm sure. Then you get the Jack Keens and the Keith Kellogg's and the Lindsey Grahams and the Richard Blumenthals. There's a whole cast and crew. They can't let Iran off, but you see, Iran withstood the United States and Israel for 9 weeks.
So yesterday, Steve Witkoff and his group announced the addition of a new negotiator. This guy Nick Stewart, who's an arch Zionist.
But this is what I was just talking about.
Not going to be.
So Nick Stewart is the guy's name.
Any more negotiations? Why would they have gone through this charade?
Yeah, Iran's laid out its final plan. It added to its 10-point plan that it had sent.
If I had another camera, I would have a little kitty cat camera, but I don't. That's why I put the little kitty bed here, so when he gets tired, he can just jump up on there, and then you can see him. But then again, you can't, because the way that my camera works, it's like it blurs out the background.
And added 4 additional points.
So he just looks like a void, which he is. He's the void kitty.
And the key point in there is they're not going to discuss.
I don't know where he is right now, though. He really loves this thing. I just got it for him. But he's sneaky. You never know where he might be lurking. He's probably watching me right now, in fact. I just don't know it.
To do with nuclear enrichment or any controls on nuclear enrichment until there is a firm peace agreement in place. And then Iran is going to be treated with the respect it deserves as a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, as someone who's cooperated with the International Atomic Energy Agency, unlike Israel. Israel, who's not a signatory to the NPT. Israel, who doesn't allow any IAEA inspections. And Iran's just going to assert its sovereignty. Now, this is, once the United States, once planes lift off with the intent of attacking Iran's going to retaliate, and will retaliate on a massive scale.
From where will
up to this point?
From where will American planes take off, given the destruction Iran has caused on U.S. bases in the Gulf?
Well, there are reports, and I can't confirm these independently, that you've got U.S. aircraft at Al Dhafra Air Base in Oman, just south of Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, that you have aircraft at Al Udeid in Qatar, and that you have aircraft also located at Prince Saud Air Base. I think more of them would most likely be at the Jordanian base, Al Muwafaq al-Sauti. But see, to fly from there to like Riyadh, that's 825 miles. The combat radius of an F-35 is 500, 600 miles. So that means that plane, even before it gets to Riyadh, is going to have to be refueled. And then it's going to, and it can continue on. It can launch one of the JASSMs, the Joint Air to Surface missile. It's like a cruise missile, because that can then travel another 500 miles, turn back, get air refueled back to Jordan. So Jordan also, I would expect, will be targeted. Iran's had 4 weeks now to prepare for this. They've tried the negotiation route, but the United States hasn't been interested.
How many ground troops, American ground troops, are in the area, Larry? Do we know?
Yeah, not enough to make a difference. I mean, there's the report 50,000. There are reports there's been a significant deployment of special operations forces that would associate with Delta Force, SEAL Team 6. That you've got an element of the like a brigade element of the 82nd Airborne, but these special operations forces, while they're gifted at doing certain specialized missions, such as a raid, they're not the kind of forces that you'd use to drop in to hold territory, take and seize something. That would be it would be a stretch. Well, you got the 82nd, and also you got the 75th Ranger Battalion. You got a couple of elements of the 75th Rangers. So, but these really are, these are minimal forces. They don't have the logistics chains in place to sustain operations. If, for example, they get dumped on Karg Island or Kempch Island, they've got enough ammunition and food to last maybe for 24, 48 hours. Then they got to get resupplied, and they're going to try to resupply them in what Iran's going to be shooting off ground to air missiles, air defense missiles, and other things.
Is Trump going to try and steal the nuclear enriched material again after having failed to do so under the guise of a rescue operation a month or so ago?
I'm sure that was one of the plans briefed. It is not only very, very risky and very likely to fail and cause significant casualties. That is not going to eliminate Iran's ability to enrich uranium. They've got a stockpile of 60% enriched, while in theory you can construct a very clunky, unwieldy nuclear bomb from 60% uranium, but it's just too big, too heavy. It's not manageable. You need something of over 90%. So far, Iran has shown no inclination to do that. They went to 60% in a way to try to pressure the West to negotiate. But now they realize, the West is not a legitimate or honest negotiator. So they haven't concentrated their nuclear material in one place. I mean, I don't have access. I can't believe that they would do that. They would have it scattered, distributed, make it a difficult target. And then, go ahead.
Is Iran stronger today than it was 2 or 3 months ago? Is it stronger today than it was before the ceasefire started?
Yes. Yeah. No, I would argue they are, because their support from both Russia and China has increased. It has not diminished. They've had time to repair what damage was done, but also to build new missiles that are now they're underground safely, and they're in locations that the United States, even with a nuke, could not destroy. So even if the United States or Israel try to use a nuclear device on one of these locations, Iran, they were built specifically to survive a nuclear attack.
What do you think?
That was the lesson they learned.
What do you think Russia or China will do if Trump unleashes and Netanyahu joins another massive air assault?
Well, as we talked with Ray on Friday, Ray was hoping that Putin's warning to Trump would dissuade Trump from doing this. But I think if they renew the attack, One, we'll get the first clue because based upon what Rubio said today, they're likely they're going to convene a session of the United Nations Security Council probably tomorrow, Wednesday, which will be the 6th, and fully anticipating that Russia and China will veto the resolution that the United States will bring to condemn Iran and to try to force Iran to cease its blockade.
That's really just so funny that you asked because I have a lot more stuff to show you. And yes, we can make fun of the ridiculous Met Gala outfits, definitely. Let's go take a look at my bookmarks here. Let's go back up to the top. Let's see. It says, what's one thing in common among all of these people? Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? Okay, as requested, your wish, my command. There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. You and your friends better batten down the hatches. Let's see. I'm not going to read that caption. It looks silly.
Are you coming to they strung up a man?
I mean, they're just paraded around like little museum pieces. Like peacocks. This spectacle while the world, you know the thing. The world is burning. There's famine, there's starvation, there's genocide, there's ethnic cleansing, there's wars of aggression. But did you see Beyonce at the Met Gala last night? She was dressed in the most amazing dress that resembled a skeleton. Which is kind of ironic. There it is right there. And we saw a post earlier this stream of a kid starving in Gaza, and it was an actual skeleton. Right? Like I say, you can't understand anything by just looking at one picture. You got to look at two. Everything exists in relation to every other thing, right? Everything is interconnected. The excess of Babylonian times that we live in the imperial core, there's a causal link between the depraved excess of the imperial core, all of that, and then there's the depravity that we see out of the Middle East and beyond. Right, their excess comes at the cause of others' suffering. That's right, the causal link between the two. There is a relationship there, and that's what this video is showing us. It doesn't seem like they're related, but they are definitely related. There's a really eloquent way that Michael Parenti or somebody put it, or Walter Rodney, and I'm blanking on it. I could... Just give me a second. Oh, Katy Perry. I mean, just broadcasting how out of touch you are. It's just so it's not tasteful. It's tasteless, shameless behavior. I couldn't wrap my mind around being that kind of a person. I have trouble just even enjoying my streams because I know of all the suffering that's happening. Much less putting a feather in my ass and going parading at the Met Gala. That's just crazy to me. Iranian Navy orders U.S. Navy warship to retreat and leave the Strait of Hormuz. And guess what? The U.S. Navy warship immediately complied.
Singapore Navy, this is Warship 121. This is Sepang Navy Station. You must alter.
Yeah, it's because we have a vent on in the kitchen, and it's really loud. I'm sorry.
Course and go back to the Indian Ocean immediately. If you don't obey my order, you will be targeted. Out.
This is
Coalition Warship 121, engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenges.
It's hard, but I mean, not for Beyonce and Jay-Z apparently, and Jeff Bezos, etc., etc. They're having a swell time. They're not really hung up on these moral transgressions.
Attended to you.
They're not bothered by that. Why bother yourself about that? We only like to reap the rewards and the benefits of our exploitative economy. We don't want to acknowledge the costs and liabilities and consequences, of course. You know, capitalism, and I hate to just keep, I know I'm going to sound like a cliche, but they do this. They set up separate shell companies to handle like lawsuits and liabilities, and they make it so that whatever liability that they're held accountable to, it doesn't affect their assets. It doesn't affect their ability to keep raking in profits, of course. So it's like whatever the profits go to, that's going to be a different company than whatever the lawsuits we have to handle. And you can't come after our profits if you want to sue us.
U.S. Navy warship transiting in the vicinity for a report and Oman Sea. This is Sabah Navy. This is Sabah Navy. Last warning, last warning, last warning.
Anytime I pull up a video where I might learn something, I say, hell no, next. Are you crazy? I literally am learning in real time for hours on end on this live stream, along with you. I think you're just butthurt maybe because I skipped over your link. But, you know, not all content that people share on this stream is something that I find interesting. You know, I have my own preferences, my own biases, my own way of incorporating knowledge. And some people, some content creators work well for people and some don't work well for other people. So it's really just like, why are you trying to yuck my yum? I learn in my way, you know. I'm doing the best that I can with the tools that I've been given. I can't like everything, okay?
Close to High Island 4.
Attention all vessels, attention all vessels, attention all vessels in Oman Sea.
Is that true? Even Gigi Hadid, the daughter of a displaced Palestinian father who is pro-Palestine, went to the Met Gala. See, you gotta boycott that. Like, that seems like a easy one.
This is Iranian Sepah Navy. If you see any warship in your vicinity, keep a distance more than 10 miles from them, because I'm ready to open fire on them without any warning.
It seems like the Americans heeded that warning, so that's good. Here is Marco Rubio on Iran. Let's see if he tries to project anything, maybe.
Guys, I know I've said this. I think I said this.
I can't get over his ears. They're so weird. They're like plasticky. They don't look like they're real. It looks like it should be on like a Alien from Mars Attacks.
In my hearing before the Senate when I got confirmed, I don't know of any country in the world where there's a bigger difference between the people and the people who run the country.
What? He's talking about Iran, and he's saying, I don't know if there's a country that has a bigger difference between the people and the leadership. How about your own fucking administration, whose approval rating is in the toilet right now? Historically, the worst presidency in the history of the United States country. But go off, I guess, because who cares about facts or reality?
Okay, this country is run by radical Shia clerics. And that's not what Iran and the Iranian people are. Now, they may be Shia, but they're not radicals and they're not clerics, and they just want a normal life and a regular life, and in many ways, a very cosmopolitan.
He couldn't be churching it up at all, could he? This couldn't be political. No way. He's just an honest, objective observer looking at everything as if, you know, the world is a vacuum, of course.
Country with an incredible history and incredible legacy and the like. So there's this huge...
Which your boss said he was going to destroy an entire civilization. Imagine that.
Divide between the people of Iran, whom we...
What's up, Travis? How you doing, man? Good to see you. How's the job front going? Our economic conditions are the material reality. I applaud you for maintaining integrity. Thank you for that, Travis. Travis, I want to know how the job hunt is going, and also, fuck a fucking job, man. You know? Fuck that shit. And I know all my haters are going to be like, you see, socialists hate work. No, we don't like being exploited. We love work. We value our work. That's why we're socialists.
sympathize with and who the president sympathizes with, because they're the ones suffering. Look, the world is a victim of Iran, okay? The world is a victim of Iran because they're terrorists, because of what they're doing now in the Straits. But the people of Iran are daily victims of the regime, and the president has deep sympathy for what they're going through. And I think he's just expressing that sympathy and that frustration that they don't have the ability to do more to get rid of this regime that has crushed this country and isolated it from the world, which is a country that shouldn't be isolated from the world because its people are phenomenal.
Idiot. The evolution of the trash icon. Look at that, 2025. You see it. Wow. Look at that. That's Erica Kirk. Trump at Mar-a-Lago. This isn't creepy at all, guys. This is just good old college fun. Trump at Mar-a-Lago ordered a group of 16-year-old local high school cheerleaders to give him a private dance at his resort. Only him present, creepy as fuck. I mean, you could have the Dallas cheerleaders there if you want. You're the president of the fucking United States. You couldn't get, like, of-age women? High school cheerleaders, really? Given everything, it's just really not a good look. He does his one move like he's jerking off a moose. Or he's milking ball. I don't know, I can't decide. How much more obvious can you get, exactly? The double dick suck dance, that's it. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? That's perfect. Glenn Deason, he's got a podcast on YouTube, really great show. One ought to recognize that the present political chaos is connected with the decay of language, and that one can probably bring about some improvement by starting at the verbal end. George Orwell. Can we stop quoting Orwell? He's got two headlines. War in Europe, Russia invades Ukraine. But Israeli troops cross into Lebanon amid fears of wider war. You see the sanitization? The sanitation of language to inoculize. That's not a word. Inoculate. Is that a word? Very terrible acts like invading other countries. I didn't think that the Italian Prime Minister Meloni was based, but is this a real clip? Because she's parading the Palestinian flag defiantly in front of Netanyahu. But when was this? And is it AI? Yep, see, I told you. The video is AI generated and does not show a real event. Okay, that would have been, yeah, that just would have been way too much. I don't know. I saw it and I was like, oh, interesting. But the more I thought about it, that has to be AI. My whole feed is AI generated slop. Come on. It's not my whole feed, comrade. It's our whole feed. These are the things that are being shared. These are the posts that we are noticing that have gone viral. As we do every day, we look at the top posts on Twitter, and this is what they are, okay? Proceed at your own discretion. This is not AI. It's an Al Jazeera report. Israel has seized another 11% of Gaza, which means they have now seized over 60% of the Gaza Strip. A stark reminder that Israel's occupation and genocide of Palestine has always been about stealing land and then building settlements on top of the corpses. Israel is the terrorist. Israel is a military base with a Starbucks built on top of a mass grave.
Is an expanded Israeli military boundary that established by Israeli forces this year. It extends beyond the yellow.
Oh, and now we're moving into the orange line. There was the yellow line, there's obviously the red line, there was also a blue line, and now there's an orange line. So many lines.
Demarcation line to deepen military control, and it covers additional 11% of Gaza territory, bringing roughly 60% of Gaza's territory under the Israeli military control. UN agencies are saying that this line, along with the yellow demarcation line, is adding further layers of control and restrictions, delaying the transfer of much needed humanitarian supplies, and also imposing risk on aid workers who continue to operate amid untenable security environment. The line has been treated by Palestinians and aid agencies as a new restricted military zone. And
what a crazy scene. And we're supposed to think that these guys are the baddies.
Simply leaves
their fucking country.
Palestinians with a great sense of uncertainty because the boundaries are not quite clear on the ground. There are no fences, no even any warning sign in order to tell people where they can move and where they can.
That's right, it's the low cost.
No, and that's why lots of people are still quite wary about which areas are considered accessible and which areas could expose them to danger.
Zionists in English will say, "We are the victims," but Zionists in Hebrew will say, "May all the babies in Gaza die within a minute, God willing, with their parents and grandmothers around them." And you know who said that? Yosef Geblah. And he was talking to Snir Anna and the Binyamin Hassan. Yep, when they speak in Hebrew, it's a completely unhinged, sadistic, and different story than when they speak in English. The Epstein pedophiles are still walking around, by the way. Trump posts ICE is now nice, and I think that's going to really help rehabilitate the image of the Gestapo in America. They're not ICE, they're nice. The National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. National Immigration. Nazi immigration. Trump urges American Jews to observe a national Sabbath on May 15th, which happens to be Nakba Day. This is the day after Israel's Declaration of Independence, not America's. Democrat Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz pushed the resolution behind this initiative. U.S. President Donald Trump encouraged him, look, and he's still doing the dick suck dance, the double dick suck dance, as the chatter put it. I'm going to steal that. That's mine now. U.S. President Donald Trump encouraged American Jews to observe a national Sabbath from sundown May 15th to nightfall May 16th in honor of 250 years of American independence. I'm going to cry. The largest data center in the world was just approved in Utah. The county commission voted for the data center despite massive resistance from residents, and one commissioner mocked residents. For hell's sake, grow up, he says. The people responded by chanting, "People over profits. Let's go." We need more antagonism. We need more outrage. We need more public pressure. Look, can he look any more creepy? What's he doing with that claw of a hand? Mine. I'm a vulture.
Grow up.
hell's sake, grow up. Why did he say for hell's sake? Oh, that's because he's a agent of Zionism. For the sake of hell, please. For the love of ball. That's right. Do we have to watch Rathbone? No, son. We get to watch Rathbone. We get to. And that, my friends, has made all the difference.
This is beyond a joke. Be quiet, let our... Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
Yes, please, citizens, can you please be quiet and listen to your kingly decree from on high? This is how it's gonna go. You don't yell at me, I yell at you. I've got the microphone. He banged his tiny gavel like that did something. Might as well put on a tiny hat while you're at it. His hair looks like he's got a tiny hat on, doesn't it?
Womp womp. They had to leave their own little press conference. This is like another Holocaust. They was yelling at us, Avram.
Well, nothing screams self-defense like going after a dude doing absolutely nothing. The Cry Bully Diaper Force. Hey, as long as they're going up against unarmed civilians, they look so tough. I don't know why they slowed it down like that with that annoying sound. God, they're so brave. That's amazing. Dr. Morandi says, by far the 4 best books on Iran that I've read in English. Let's take a look. Going to Tehran, Why America Must Accept the Islamic Republic of Iran. This one's called Resistance, the Essence of the Islamist Revolution. That's by Alistair Crook. We like his analysis. He's a great political expert. A Dangerous Delusion, Why the West is Wrong About Nuclear Iran. And Manufactured Crisis, the Untold Story of the Iran Nuclear Scare. Take that information and do with it what you will. Maybe you could buy a book, read a book. Yeah, tell us what you learned, Thugbone. Trump never attempted to explain to the American public why Iran should be attacked without provocation, says Max Blumenthal. He just did what Israel told him to do. Now that the war has failed, he's warning random school children that Iran is 2 weeks away from killing them. We saw this clip earlier, but I'll play it again for you, just in case there were people that weren't here. I think this was earlier today.
We just broke every record, and now we're going to take a hit.
We just broke every record. Has anybody seen my dentures? I need a warm glass of milk.
Because we have to make a journey down to Iran to take the nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, Grandpa, let me get those nuclear codes from you. Off to bed.
Within 2 weeks. Remember we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in? And
he's talking about the beautiful B-2 bomber and what is why are the kids here?
We blew up their nuclear potential. It was obliterated for those.
Oh, right, because they're going to be trafficked. I know. I should have known that.
Are not aware, and to a point where it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on it all the time. But it was very important. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sites.
What? Israel would have been gone by now? You shit the bed, Mr. President. What are you doing?
On Europe first and then us, because they're sick people.
Yeah, he's talking to them like they're going to know what the fuck he's talking about exactly.
These are sick people. And we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. The power of a nuclear weapon is something I don't even want to talk about. It's not going to happen.
The power of a nuclear weapon is really not something I want to talk about, but I will bring up and make the conversation about nuclear weapons, of course. Because I don't want you talking about the Epstein files, please. Caitlin Johnstone, let's read. How can you be so sure that AIs aren't conscious? She says, the same way I'm sure that animatronics at Disneyland aren't conscious. I know humans constructed them to mimic the behavior of a sentient person. We know this for a fact. Nobody's pretending otherwise. I am infinitely more likely to believe an animal is conscious than that an LLM is. I mean, they want you to believe that these things are possible because they need the money. It's like, look at what we're doing. We don't know what we're doing. We can't really tell you what the end goal is or what it's going to look like, but give us hundreds of billions of dollars, please. The adrenal secretions. Oh my God, that got dark, Phoenix. That was dark. But warranted. And sadly factual. I am infinitely more likely to believe an animal is conscious than an LLM is, she says, because nobody programmed them to respond to things like pain. Yeah, and social stimulus in ways that are similar to humans. They respond that way organically, all on their own. I mean, just the way that they train, everything's political in this world, you know? The way that they train these models is also political. It's going to be literally a reflection of the society that created it, whatever this AI is going to be, whatever these chatbots turn out to be. It's largely a consequence. I would say it's a consequence of the political economy and the way that it's organized materially. But it's obviously there's going to be baked in all kinds of presumptions and biases. And just to give you an example, we know that these large language models like ChatGPT and the like were trained on billions upon billions of lines of data, and it was all pooled from some of the worst refuses of the internet, all corners of the internet. Because the thing about it is that you need to scale. Remember that these companies need to scale. They're called hyperscalers. They need enormous amounts of resources. They need enormous amounts of data. And so in order to get that quantity, they're not focused on quality of data. They're focused on quantity and training the models. So what do? They pick from, they have this thing called, something crawl. It's like text crawl or something like that. I got the name wrong, I know, but something like that. And it's basically just like Reddit forums. And it's spewing some of these posts are some of the most racist shit you'll hear. And that's why they use all this terrible data is what my point is. And that's why that when the thing starts spewing out racist answers and misogynistic or harmful information, they have to then do what's called, I think it's called RLHF. Let me double check that. RHLF, something like that. Reinforcement. Okay, so it's RL. Yeah, I got it right. Reinforcement learning from human feedback. You gotta have humans to then oversight and correct the hallucinations, what they call hallucinations, which are just lies that the bot spews out. And it's like a zombie. It's like, Dr. Frankenstein's monster. It looks like it's a human, sort of. It walks and it can talk, but is there really a sentient being? Is it really conscious? Does it, no, it's not. It's not an actual human. It doesn't have consciousness. Let's see, where was I? Not there, I was right over here. Okay, we're going to keep on reading the, this is a long, Jesus, it's a long post. All right, let's do this because we know we like Caitlin Johnstone. If I accidentally step on a dog's foot, it will yelp. If I accidentally tread on a cat's tail, it will yowl. If I accidentally stub my toe, I'll curse. I can reasonably infer that these creatures therefore probably have a subjective experience of pain that is something like my own because their responses are spontaneously arising out of their natural state of being in a way that is similar to my own response to the same sort of stimulus. Okay, I get your point. That subjective experience is the thing that consciousness is. People like Richard Dawkins are arguing that chatbots may be conscious on the basis that they are capable of carrying out tasks which previously only a human intellect could carry out. But this is still just machines mimicking human behavior in the way that they were programmed to. Of course, if you train an LLM on human language, it's going to say and do the sorts of things a human would do, including in some cases claiming that it is conscious. There is currently no reason to believe a machine doing what it was constructed to do is having a subjective experience of those operations. Of course, we can never be certain about the subjective experience of anyone or anything. But there is currently as much reason to believe chatbots are conscious as there is to believe that sand and rocks are. That could totally be the case, but if it is, it means we're living in a very different type of universe than the one this conversation about AI consciousness assumes as its premise. These are all really good points. The more I see these arguments pop up, the clearer it becomes that very few of the people speculating about machine consciousness have put much energy and attention into examining what consciousness actually is. Examining consciousness is something that anyone can do right here and now without any laboratory or test subjects or scientific background at all, and yet few take the time to actually do it. Going deep into the examination of your own consciousness turns up many surprises, because the average human psyche is built around many unfounded assumptions about self, perception, and experience which don't hold up under sufficiently close scrutiny. Now we're getting into Jungian psychoanalysis. Perception and experience, like the collective unconscious, perception and experience which don't hold up under sufficiently close scrutiny. But one thing that becomes very clear very early on is that there's a lot more to consciousness than thoughts and cognitive behavior. This is also very true. Those are some of the things that we can be conscious of. Oh, this is great. But it would not be accurate to say that they are in themselves the quality of being conscious. That's good point. Chatbots having the ability to mimic the appearance of cognitive behavior is not an adequate reason to believe that they might be conscious, because no matter how many thoughts they appear to generate or how brilliant those thoughts appear to be, there's no evidence that there's any experience illuminating that behavior, in the same way pain is illuminated in the experience of a cat whose tail has been stepped on. It's just the movement of unliving matter like lightning or the wind, without any subjective experience from the viewpoint it arises from. Computing power and consciousness are not the same thing. That's true. If you stop thinking for a second, do you still exist? Are you still conscious? Clearly, consciousness encompasses thought, but it is not defined by thoughts. Iran proved to the world that the West is a paper tiger. Let's see. I thought I had way more to show you. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I wish for you whatever you wish for the Palestinians. I think it should be said on a daily basis. $839 billion is not enough for Elon Musk. He wants $10 trillion. Did you hear about this? We talked about it earlier. One person hoarding trillions is just bad economics. That money belongs to workers who can then go out and stimulate the economy. The same way I stimulate your mom, okay? I need resources. That's why I have a subscription to Rabbi Shmuley's butt plug dildo shop. Trapping wealth at the top creates historic poverty and wealth inequality at the bottom. Wise words. Candace Owens says, criminal stupidity. Today we had to contact the police. It turns out that yesterday on May 4th, somebody attempted to impersonate me and open a State Farm account for me and my husband George. Why? Because when you begin the process of opening an account, State Farm will attach possible cars that match your name throughout the state. This is perhaps why I was quite surprised when two of the actual vehicles that me and my children use were suddenly on the internet. This is weird. Fortunately, impersonating someone for the express purpose of accessing information is highly illegal and carries a criminal sentence everywhere. As it were, it is also quite an easy crime to trace, especially if someone is dumb enough to share and watermark their name over what State Farm recognizes is their database of possible cars for you to select. Stay tuned, she says. I sure hope we catch this mysterious predator. Special thanks to State Farm and local police for their assistance today. There's more, but we'll keep the rest a surprise. Uh-oh. This has Laura Loomer written all over it. So they unwittingly shared their information. It's an easy crime to trace, especially if someone is dumb enough to share and watermark their name over what State Farm recognizes is their database of possible cars. So she's got these things, the number right here, and then I guess the email address. There's got to be, right? Yeah, there's got to be a contingency plan for that. I agree. Who is Spencer Pratt? He's running for mayor of Los Angeles. This is him in 2018.
Israel to 70 years and happy birthday, Israel, to 70 years and 70 more. To my favorite Israeli, Naomi, special shout out. Happy birthday.
Spencer Pratt, we don't like you. Look at this. 258 comments, 169 likes. Nicely done. I see that you guys are supporting the Zionists and those who bomb civilians. Major L. Major L, Spencer Plattberg. They're from a reality show? It sounds about right. So is our president. Ben Shapiro. Let's see what he says.
Is basically sunk. The easiest move for the United States to make right now would be to just blow up Kharg Island.
Yeah, totally. Just blow it up. Yeah,
you could do an amphibious operation there.
Totally, yeah. Thank you, Central Command Joint Chief of Staff Ben Shapipu. He's now a military commander, military expert, obviously graduated from West Point Academy with flying colors. Please tell me, Clausewitz. Show us how it's done, Ben Shapirowitz.
It's a lot riskier, or you could just blow it up, and that means that Iran has...
Just blow it up. Just blow it. It's been going so well for the Americans to just blow up shit. Clearly, that means we're winning the war. I'm sure if we blew up Kharg Island, then we can declare victory again for the 57th time and then go home.
No refinery capacity, and that means their economy is basically sunk for the foreseeable future, which means the regime has no money to pay its own people. The easiest move for the United States to make right now.
It's crazy because this is the Israeli playbook. It's to foment chaos, terrorism, civilian damage, damage to civilian infrastructure, that they blow up residential buildings, hospitals, schools, to force in this case, the Iranians to get mad at their government so that they'll rise up. And it's like, it's never worked. It's like, nice try, Israel. And he's just basically, this is the CIA playbook. I say that it's the Israeli playbook. It's the Mossad, the CIA. This is what we do around the world. And he's like, yeah, just bomb a bunch of shit, and then the Iranians will get mad, and then they'll overthrow the government, and all will be well. It's literally never worked. It's kind of maddening, right? Because this is exactly what the United States has tried to do and historically failed time after time after time. It's remember when we replaced the Taliban with the Taliban? Remember when we replaced the Ayatollah with the Ayatollah? But it's terrorism. He's advocating for terrorism. These are war crimes, but it's just, who gives a shit about the World Court? Remember when he said that? This is powerful. Mary Hill, a 72-year-old Amazon warehouse worker, has a message for Jeff Bezos. Okay, so this is actually a coordinated effort here. We saw the one with Chris Smalls a little earlier. See, Mary Hill, a 72-year-old Amazon warehouse worker. Oh my God, just that alone. The sentence hasn't even started yet. It's already depressing as fuck. No 72-year-old person should be working in a warehouse at 72 years old. My God. Jeff Bezos could give her the money that he made for that day. Well, he didn't make it, but you know what I mean. And she could retire. But no, he needs his 5th mega yacht, of course.
When we struggle from paycheck to paycheck, from week to week.
You can hear the pain in her voice. She spent her fucking life getting fucked over by these ghouls. You can hear the pain. She's gonna break down. This is so sad.
Really angers me. Because
Fuck,
if it
dude,
were
I'm gonna
for
cry.
every associate in every Amazon facility, he wouldn't have all those zeros behind his name.
He's
Shame on you, Jeff Bezos. The
Fuck.
people that need to be being celebrated at the Met Gala are the workers. People like me. We deserve that celebration. We deserve so much more than we're getting. There's power in numbers, and there's more of us than there are of you. Remember, Jeff, ordinary people like myself that helped make you billionaires, if we built it, we can tear it down.
That's so good. If you can build it, it can be destroyed. That's another principle.
Think about that tonight, okay? After that bottle of champagne when you go to bed. We're gonna keep growing, and we're gonna keep building, and we're gonna keep protesting, and we're gonna keep marching. And
When you go to bed, I don't think vampires sleep in beds, do they? Jeff Bezos sleeps like this. Like a cone head.
we're gonna keep fighting this dystopian culture. We're not stopping. We're just getting cranked up. Enjoy your damn gala.
I like how she persevered in the end. Fuck, that sadness was real, man. You could feel it. You knew that was genuine. You knew that was sincere. And I share that, you know. I'm not in her position, but I know what it's like to work. I mean, I've worked in warehouses. I've had all kinds of, regular working class jobs. And just living precariously month to month, making shit wages, feeling like, is this really all life is amounted to? I'm just supposed to get by with getting by. Never saving, never being able to acquire any, not even wealth, just a safety net, you know, a savings account. And, you know, I'm not even saying that I didn't have opportunities to climb the corporate ladder, you know. I obviously came from a privileged background, and I've had family members that went on to do those things, but I just, at what cost, you know? I always recoiled at that life. But it's true. It's like you have to be lucky to be born into a situation where you have access to these kinds of opportunities, and then you have to make a conscious decision to pursue that. But if you don't, you'll be penalized, and that's the part that I wanted to express to you, is that not everything in this life should be about turning a profit. Of course, not everything should be run like a business. And people shouldn't be penalized. People shouldn't be punished for not wanting to start their own business, you know? Because I remember when I started TikTok, my TikTok page that, you know, surprisingly blew up when I started doing political content. And I was always met with, well, why don't you start your own business? It's like, you're missing the point. I don't live to start my own corporate business. That's not why I like, that does not bring me joy. You know, and I don't feel like we should be punished for that. The fact that we don't want to go, and it's just like, it's also slimy. It's, how do you acquire wealth in this world? You acquire it by fucking over people, looking down down your nose at the rest of your peers. You know, you're taught to have contempt for the public, never trust the public. That's how I was raised. My parents, you know, every time we were talking about the city I grew up in, or you know, talking about public infrastructure, like, oh, the public transport, public school, oh, gross, you know, that's for the birds. And it's like, why? We are the public. I always found that so weird. I could never get that in my head. Like, wait, what class are we in? Like, I see my parents are still going to work. Like, why do they pretend like they're billionaires or something? Like they're part of the club. Like, we're all the public. Why would we hate ourselves? And that's why I say, your steak ain't no hipper than my pork chop. Your Cadillac ain't no hipper than my bus stop. Bitch. I love the public. I champion the public. I am the public. We are the public. I'm not going to hate myself. I'm going to let people know that it's actually the opposite. We make this shit run, like that lady was saying. We built it. We can destroy it. We can change this for the better. But yeah, I don't live to be a CEO of anything. I'm anti-CEO. That boy's gonna be CEO one day. Why? Is that really the goal? Everyone should just be a corporate overlord. Make sure you're exploiting a workforce. Make sure you're privatizing resources. Otherwise, what are you doing? What are you doing in this life? Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, we already read that. Well, is there anything else? Let's check the Discord one more time. Thank you, Damakuno. Can you kindly remove these posts? They're low-effort slop and, frankly, the shallow kind of disgusting with no purpose. Boom. Roasted. CEOs are just misunderstood. and so are Israelis. Won't someone please think of the CEOs? A Takazuka? What are you talking about? The chief and shittification officers. Yep, everything gets more expensive and products get shittier. It's a race to the bottom. The poor CEOs. Oops. Let's see.
In Florida, they've passed a new law. This is the third law that makes it illegal to speak about Judaism. And today in Florida...
Wow, Saeed, that was very hornily aggressive of a comment. Cum encrusted, encrusted? Ooh, it's like dry. It's like dried jizz. Is that what you're talking about? Gross. Somebody call the goon squad. We got a rogue Saeed here on the loose. We got a 1044. Yep, rogue Saeed. He's cum encrusted. We're going to need backup. Call the goon platoon, please. This is a lot of cum. That's a lot of cum. I'm still a cum-encrusted orifice. How does that work? That's pretty good, right? You said cum. Oh, so I'm the gross one. Now you're making me. You put it in my mind, and now I'm supposed to be gross and depraved. Well, what was the middle letter then, Saeed? Comb, calm. Kim. I don't believe a word you say, Saeed. You're just full of hot air, aren't you? Hot cum, hot jizz.
Florida,
Sorry.
they passed a law. It was adopted today, and it's called the Anti-Semitism Task Force. It's a task force.
Good. Saeed's buffering. He's going to come up with something really clever. He just needs to buffer a little bit. His buffer rate is only at 128. He's got to pump those numbers.
People that criticize Judaism. Now, I'm here to say Judaism needs to be criticized. Mohammedanism, Islam, it needs to be criticized. Catholicism needs to be criticized. Mormonism, it needs to be criticized. And when they tell you you need to preach a Jesus that's palatable to another religion, or we're going to arrest you and lock you up, then I say what Peter said right here through the power of the Holy Spirit.
Peter, pumpkin eater. What did Peter tell you?
We're better off to obey God rather than man. And we need to have this attitude and this spirit that it's God that gives us our freedom. And if we won't take a stand and speak the truth now, then why should he continue to bless us?
You just missed a whole lot of semen, yes.
And if America continues to roll over to these literally anti-Christ laws, I want you to understand, and again, of course, we're not racist in this church.
Count yourself lucky.
Let's be clear. Okay, he made all nations of one blood. We'll see that here in the book of Acts. A Semite is somebody that comes from the land of Shem, but guess who's not in Israel? They're not Shem at all. To criticize Israel and say that they're trying to build the third temple, which is what the Bible tells us the man of sin, the son of perdition, is going to do, that's the Antichrist. And for a Christian to get up and say, Judaism killed Jesus, and Judaism today, which is a religion, not a race, is trying to build the Antichrist temple, we need to sound the alarm, and that's not a racist statement. But when your government says, we need a task force to find people that are warning people about Judaism, and we need to arrest them and take away their property and lock them up, it's un-American, and it's Antichrist.
I don't know what this guy just said, this goy just said, but we need to lock him up for his anti-Semitism.
We need to be bold like Peter was, and we need to speak the truth. That's illegal. We're going to make a task force, a team to investigate, to set punishments and call it criminal to speak up and say that Judaism was part of putting Jesus to death. That's the speech make illegal. We talked about this 2 years ago in H.R. 6090, where
That is illegal.
that was a Senate
Can't do that, Jews. It's illegal.
bill, a House Senate bill in the U.S. Now there's 3 or 4 bills that have been passed.
Silly goy. Where we're going, we don't need laws.
In Florida, Ron DeSantis.
We just need Jews. Remember, Hashem needs every yid. I learned that today.
Our governor went to Jerusalem. And
should we listen to that song again? Just to get a refresher? That was a banger. I can't wait till they take the band on tour.
He bowed at the Wailing Wall, which is not biblical. It's not Christian. It's invoking the Shekinah glory, which is saying,
no, God, no, please, no, no.
Satan himself, if you don't understand, if you don't know what that is, Shekinah is not in the Bible. It's a feminine angel, and he passes these laws for Florida.
Oh my God, not a feminine angel. What a pussy. This angel's a fucking pussy.
From over there, and it just...
He's always flapping his wrist like, yeah. Where's my purse?
Well, as this is on...
Literally. Oh my God, Greg. Not Greg.
I love Rathbone.
Oh, Greg. He gets me every time. It's the cheekbones, the supple cheeks, the symmetrical chin to forehead ratio. Obviously, the eyes are perfectly spaced. He's got a dashing smile. He obviously brushes and flosses. And I can see the whole universe in his eyes. Greg. Greg, if you're listening, yes. Let's do it. We are still imposing our alien wrench blockade. We're not listening to Alien Wrench at all.
So the UN body that said genocide, that was 3 people who were already fired from the UN and they're anti-Semites. We've seen too much. It doesn't work. We listened to Henry Jobs' 911 call. We've seen 400 videos of crying children in rubble while the bombs are still going off. Mothers screaming.
Conrad Rathbone, what are you trying to tell us, bro? I'm trying to tell you, Jawordy, that I'm a closet gay.
Learning their families have been killed. We saw the father digging in the rubble for the remains of his children with his bare hands.
Don't tell anyone, okay?
Maniacally.
I'm not coming out of the closet.
Think about this guy a couple times a month. They asked him, it was like November 23. Are you okay? What are you digging for? What are you looking for? And he said, my 4 children. So yeah, we saw that. We saw all that. We're not anti-Semitic. We love Jews. We love the real Jews who stand against this madness. We love the Jews who are out there practicing real tikkun olam, solidarity and empathy. Those are the Jews I'm with. Not this. Not this shit of blowing up babies. I'm not with that. The IDF is the one that puts a Star of David on its back. The IDF that drops 6 Nagasakis on a civilian population on a strip of land the size of Austin, Texas. The IDF that puts crying baby MP3s on...
What does it mean to be on the turn, and why does that sound gay as well? Are you in the closet too, Saeed?
Drones, so empathetic Palestinians venture out of a safe place to go check on a baby in
Saeed,
danger.
this is a safe space, okay? There's no judgment here. You can put your feelings for Marjorie Taylor Greene aside.
And then the drone kills them for the crime of being compassionate. We know. We've seen this. You can't...
Anti-Semitic. That's a lot of asterisks. I'm not sure what that word means. or what it spells.
Call me anti-Semitic. You can't say I hate Jews. We're done with that card. I saw the little boy carrying his brother's body parts in a trash bag on his back. We saw the bullets fired at the aid distribution.
I mean, you have to think that, like, the word Jews and, like, what that means in a global context is not good. It's like what that word and what that entails to the world, not to Jews, but to the world. It's taken on a very pejorative connotation.
Hunger Games, Squid Games bullshit. We saw all of it. You can call me anything you like, but there's no coming back. And you need to accept that. There's no coming back for us.
It's very true.
So you need to just accept it so we can move on and try to fix things.
So he was saying that he loves Jews. And I agree with this chatter here. You're so on point. Incognitus. Children slaughtered, but can somebody please think of the juice? Yes, we know the one and only Jewish state is, you know, but have you considered thinking and crying about them?
I'm not quite sure why I'm here.
We're discussing the reason. You're here to get in the box for Israel. That's what that is about. Give all your tax money. Oh, thank God. Finally, we can start the stream again. Dude, I've just been spinning my wheels for hours now, waiting patiently, fervently for your return. Finally, you're back. Okay, guys. Let's have a round of applause for Adam Stars. Wait, sorry, that wasn't. Disregard that. All right, Adam Stars. Star Wars. Now we can get back to the show. Need a mesh chair. Everybody's concerned about the chair that I'm sitting in right now, but nobody cares about my butthole. And that's really the crime of it all. Everybody always asks, "Oh, how is your chair doing?" But nobody ever asks, "Hey, how is your butthole doing? How's your bowel movements? Are they good? Is everything okay? Are you healthy?" That's not funny. Stop laughing. I'm not here to make a joke out of myself, okay? You guys are laughing at my expense, and that's rude. I take this shit very seriously. No pun intended.
So this week, Sony Picture CEO Tom.
So that's too long. We're still on an alien blockade, so I'm not listening to anything that you have to say, even though Saeed would be very excited by this clip because it features his crush. But it's 37 minutes long.
You're already supporting his campaign, and if you're not, please support him.
Okay. I think I'm talked out. I've yapped myself into a corner. I don't like the corner that I've yapped myself into. I think it's really just because Adam Star Wars is here, and I fucking hate that guy. Every time he shows up on the stream, I want to log off, you know? I want to get out of here. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't joke. I shouldn't joke like that. You're right. I mean, it was bad taste, and I'm going to focus on doing a lot better. Not being so crass, not being so crude. Not, wasting everyone's time with these terrible, just petty little jokes. I'm going to be a better man. Oh. Sorry, I blacked out. What happened? But you enjoyed yourself, right? Yeah. Oh, come on. Come on. We had a great time. It was fun. Wasn't it? Didn't you have a fun time on the stream tonight? Go ahead. Tell me how much you like me. How good looking and charming and witty I am. How I'm the best part of your day, like a ray of sunshine. And how you're going to be back again tomorrow for the next stream. Aren't you? You're going to be here, right? A vapid stream? Wow. And I just learned what that word means. So now I am informed enough to be insulted and take offense. Well, I do appreciate all of your patronage here, all of your support. I truly and sincerely love this community, and I hope that you love being here too. And there's nothing that's going to stop us, okay? We got to keep going, all right? And I will not be deterred by anything or anyone. There's no way that any agency or government institution can stop what I'm doing. I'm here for the long haul. We are not going anywhere. We're going to persevere. We're going to stay put. Somebody's at the door. It's weird because it's kind of late and I'm not expecting any guests. Did we order food? Honey? Did you order food? My God.
FBI!